I changed my mind. I decided we're gonna play more of this tonight because I had a good time. And if I'm being honest, viewership was very good. We might not play it for another 6 hours. We might just play it for until I get bored. I don't know. We'll see. But I figured we would play some more. Just again, I had a good time. I actually, like, kind of didn't want to stop at the end of the night. It was kind of like, man, do I have to? I did do some watching and got the things. I forget, does this game have, like, dailies? Not really, right? Like, is there anything is there anything I should be doing? But I don't think so. Yeah, I guess these close in 5.5 hours. Just going. Just going and season passing. That's fine by me. And survival seems completely fine. We do have new capsules because I didn't continue playing last night because I quickly decided that I was going to play more tonight. I forgot to make a crew, so it stops bothering me about that, but I didn't come up with a name, so I guess I'll just be thinking about that throughout the night. Should I be stupid and just make it Kexan Crew? Maybe I should. That's stupid, but who cares? What's it matter? Lan, how's it going? Nerdist, how's it going? What's doing? How's life? Asshole. I hope I caught the same guy that caught me. I thought I was gonna run face first into that missile. Okay, thank you for switching targets at the last second and screwing me up. I appreciate that. Okay. That's the wrong target again, thank you. Whee! Oh, baby. That's a good skip. I'm just gonna be patient. It's fine. Right. So you're like a third done with Link to the Past? Now you're in like challenge mode because you have to go do that dungeon. How's 14 treating you? I know we had the conversation, but I don't remember. How long has it been since you played that? It had been like a couple of years, right? I don't know how much things have changed in that amount of time. Godzilla! Hey, thanks. I like how they have that dummy ship at the beginning for him to blow up first. Because, like, I mean, from a gameplay perspective, it's good because it demonstrates, like, hey, this is what's gonna happen if he hits your ship. You should probably bail out. Although that's pretty obvious, I feel like. But it also gives you time to, like, get settled so that you're not getting nuked in the first 2 seconds. But it also isn't just sitting there doing nothing. It's well designed. Early game is mostly the same. Yeah, that makes sense. I think at World of Warcraft's early game, they only changed, like, once. Yeah, kinda, sorta. And I imagine that there's, like, less of a reason to make multiple characters in that game, in 14. So they probably don't really feel particularly incentivized to change the starting experience, because most people aren't going to do it multiple times. Compared to World of Warcraft, where you are going to be doing it multiple times, which is why I think they renovated over time. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. I just couldn't get up there. Man, these blow by sometimes. I thought that was the second round for some reason. Some dungeons to make them more, like, user-friendly. That makes sense. Yeah, it's one of the things that World of Warcraft did. In one of the expansions, they basically did, like, a soft reset. In Dragonflight, they tried to make it... like, you could do the old experience, but we intend for you to, like, ignore the past, like, 8 expansions and just do this one. And you have the option to go back into the others if you want to, but they kind of expect you to do that, and built that up to be the, like, this'll teach you what you need to know kind of experience. They're already bothering about crews. I did get the, no pun intended, bright idea to turn my phone brightness way the fuck up tonight so I can see a little bit better. I didn't realize until, like, the end of the stream last night that there were a couple of stages I was actually having a hard time seeing because of glare on the screen. And because it was kind of dim. Bum 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 bum. Thank you. What hit me? I think that's might be what I don't like about the roughhousing that I was complaining about yesterday, is like... a lot of people that are probably going to be playing mobile games are going to have not great connections, so they're going to have a lot of latency, and they're going to be rubber banding all over the place. And therefore, you're going to get hit by stuff that's like, I don't even know what just hit me. Because laggy. Oh. It's just like another reason why it is kind of dissatisfying, I think. Yeah, something I like a lot about, like, they did... I don't think they did this in Dragonflight. I think they did this in a previous expansion, where they made, like, a catch-all starting experience that, like, all of the races get funneled into. And you can still go do the race-specific ones if you want to, but I think they intend for you to do this new one. And in that, it all culminates in fighting a dragon, which is such a common enemy, like, boss enemy type in World of Warcraft, that it, like, immediately teaches you, like, here's the things that dragons do that you should be watching out for, because you're gonna see it a lot. If you stand in front of it, it has a fire breath, you should probably avoid that. It's gonna have a wing buffet that's gonna knock you back, don't worry about it, just stay in position. It has a tail swipe that's gonna also knock you back and do a ton of damage. Don't stand behind it. Like, it gives you, like, here's things that you are gonna be seeing a lot. You should know these. In a game that typically isn't very good about that. Like, it's typically, like, you get to a boss, and, like, sight-reading bosses in World of Warcraft is not easy. Because you have to, like, read tooltips to understand what's happening, and you don't really have the time to read a tooltip. A lot of stuff you have to react to in, like, 5 seconds, and the tooltip is, like, you know, 3 sentences long. And it's like, okay, I'm not gonna have the time to read that, so I'm just gonna have to skim it and look for keywords. That's probably a thing they could do, is, like, highlight keywords so that you could skim them a little bit faster. That's an idea. Like, highlight parts that say, like, also does damage to friendly targets around you when you have it. And like, there's a more concise way of phrasing that, but that's typically what I'm looking for when they put, like, a new debuff on me and I go, what the fuck is this doing? The first couple things I think of are, should I be close to other people or shouldn't I? Typically you shouldn't be, but every now and then they hit you with one that's like, it's gonna explode for all of your health, but it's split amongst everyone that it hits. So you have to be close to other people so that you don't die. And it's like, you have to read that tooltip in, like, under a couple of seconds and then react accordingly. It's very, very not first-time friendly. It's very designed to be like, you've either already died to this or you read about it and you already know what's gonna happen. But it feels not good to be at that disadvantage at the beginning, to be like, well, there's not a lot I can do here. But there are a lot of things that are kind of like, you'll see this mechanic again and again and again, so it's good that they do introduce some of those. That's like one of my bigger gripes with I almost want to say MMOs in general, but I haven't played enough other ones to know for sure, but World of Warcraft definitely has an issue with, like, they expect... The way that they teach the player things is, oh, here, read about it. And that's, I don't think, good design. It's very, like, anti-video game. I feel like some of the appeal with video games is that you can teach players by showing them. And they don't do that. Okay. Well, I got destroyed on this one. Things feel a little sweatier tonight. Now, to be fair, I think one of the only genres where showing the player is not really possible is in RPGs, because the mechanics tend to get a little bit more complicated. Tap that shit. Yeah! Yeah! Aw. Oh man, you only get 2 of those? I thought you got 3 of those. I guess I could have finished it last night. Oh well. I should look at the shop to see if anything's changed. It's weird you're in the mood for a side of broccoli. No? Unless you're like 12, and then it's kind of weird. Broccoli's aight. I'm not a fan of, like, cooked broccoli, though. I tend to just prefer it raw. I just got groceries this morning, and I got a veggie tray, and that has some broccoli on it, and I'm looking forward to dipping the shit out of that and enjoying. Stack markers in 14 have a unique look. Oh, like the players have to stack on top of each other. Yeah, that's an issue that World of Warcraft has, is I feel like there's no consistent look for, like, ground effects. There's no rule that, like, well, if it's red, stay out of it. If it's green, it heals you. Like, that's not a thing. It tends to change based on, like, the theme of the monster. Like, it's red because it's fire, but this one is, like, void damage, so it's purple. But then it's like, then you don't have the immediate knowledge of looking at it and knowing what it does. So really the problem there is, get the fuck away from me and stack up are, like, there's no visual indicator between the two. So it's just no. I hope you can read quickly and figure it out before it kills you, or I hope that you died to it once already and have learned your lesson. I think their approach to game design is, it killed you once and then someone told you what you did wrong, or you read about it in advance. And I don't think reading about it in advance, I don't think either are good ways to learn. Should y'all have cauliflower? I'm a little in the middle on cauliflower. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, that's some good cauliflower, and other times I'm like, ew. That's not really hitting right. I believe the platter I got was carrots, celery, broccoli, cauliflower. And I think some of those tiny tomatoes, but tomatoes are gross, so I'm not gonna eat those. And I'll probably leave most of the cauliflower for my roommate, because they like it. Coincidentally, they don't like broccoli, so that's all me. And I still have a vat of dip that I made myself. I'm gonna destroy that tonight after the stream. Maybe even in the middle of the stream, because that's like an easy thing to just pick up and snack on. Now I got some salads too, so I'll also destroy one of those, likely. Fuck. Huge. I've definitely been coming to enjoy the simplicity of, like, vegetable dip, as I've been trying to, not necessarily diet, but just eat healthier and try to lose some weight. Which I think I might be reaching a point of wanting to reevaluate my weight goal there. I'm not familiar with this one. Oh man, I don't like this one very much. Feels a little too easy to, like, get stranded and be like, oh, I can't find anything. Fuck. Oh, come on. Ugh. Yeah, that one's not great. Gimme. That's kind of cute. Not a fan of the black eyes. That's not my jam. Yeah, this is like all the same stuff, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, even off stream, like, this just doesn't give me an ad option. I don't know what the deal with that is. I thought it might have been because I was screen sharing, but that didn't seem to affect it at all. Here, rather. I didn't know two could spawn at once either. I guess so. Just very uncommon, probably. Sweet. Come on. I'm gonna go ahead and use that because I don't think it's probably gonna be relevant now. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Ooh. This is still in the game. Do. Let's see if I don't remember. I was gonna say, let's see if I remember like the good routing here for orbs. I do not. take a second. Huge. Huge. Oh, baby. They're mine. They're all mine. That is not who I was targeting. That was who I was targeting. That's fair. Let's go. I think I got 3 wins yesterday. Let's see if we can do better than that tonight. Just the kind of... I don't think I have to do the thing where I'm clickbaiting by putting in the title how many wins I have tonight, right? I don't think I need to do that. I think that's unnecessary. To be blunt, I don't think there's enough people streaming this game for that to really make a difference. When we ended stream last night, there was 4 people streaming this game. Or in the category, I should say. One of them wasn't streaming the game. Like, they didn't seem to be playing a game. And one of them didn't speak English. Which is fine, but I wasn't... It just made it not a raid option. When I checked before starting tonight, I think there was 8 people in the category. And one of them was that one that wasn't even playing the game. They were still live. So I think they're just using the category for exposure, which seems weird because you could probably pick better places. Hey, Alexander. How you doing? I don't think they did anything for the 35th anniversary, no. Maybe they did last season? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it super closely. This was extremely serendipitous that I was kind of just like, I want to play Sonic Rumble, and it just happened to be like, oh, there was just a big update that dropped. Like, that was just a pure coincidence. I don't like this much. Alright, fine. Why am I going so fast? Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people probably haven't played this. It needs a console release. Because it is very fun and nice and cozy. But only being on Steam and mobile is pretty horrible. I feel like this would go off if it was on Switch. And I mean, look at it. It's not too crazy. I feel like it should be able to run even on Switch 1. Why you gotta be a bitch? We're all just here having a good time, and you gotta be a bitch. That is bullshit, and you know it. Wow, that was shitty. I'm mad about that one. Oh, sorry, I just got the Twitch drop for 100 red rings. I was like, how do I have almost 700 rings all of a sudden? How'd that happen? What was the first game that did red star rings? I feel like we probably talked about it when we got there. Was it Sonic Colors? Unleashed didn't have red rings, right? I wonder what made them decide red star ring. You know? Like, what made them say, like, that's the ultimate collectible? Similar to how, like, Mario was doing green stars there for a while, and it was like, why green stars? Why weren't they blue star rings? Why weren't they silver? And red is so, like it's stuck after colors. Like, that was just... That's what it is. Okay. Because they were in Colors, they were in Lost World, they were in Generations, they were in Forces, they were in Frontiers. They're in fucking Crossworlds, for crying out loud. And then the free games tend to make them, like, a currency. Just makes you wonder, like... Well, it makes me wonder. Maybe a lot of people don't think about shit like this. Like, do you think whoever pitched them in Sonic Colors was, like, knew it was gonna become, like, the new standard for, like, a collectible? And do you think they'd look back and go, man, I wish I wouldn't have made them red? If I knew they were going to stick around, I would have made it something different. Yeah, Sonic Colors, Generations, Sonic 4 Episode 2, I forgot about. Sonic Jump, I haven't played those. Yeah, they're big in the mobile games. They're in Dash, they're in Runners, they're in Forces Speed Battle, they're in Speed Simulator, they're in this. What is happening? Depth perception is a hell of a drug? Fuck off, man. God damn it. Thanks, assholes. Yeah, I was playing Fall Guys when they did the Sonic crossover. I forgot that existed, but yes, that was while I was playing it. There was once this very small part of me that thought I should include in the marathon Sonic crossovers in other games, but I think there's too many problems with that. There's a number of games that I don't want to play, for instance. I'd probably have to buy a ton of games that I may or may not have any interest in playing. And that would there would be so many to add to that list at that point. Oh, Phantom Rider's so cool. I wonder who he is. It would be really funny. So I'm not going to tell you who the Phantom Rider is, in case you don't know. This is a thing in the comics. But it's funny because they're adding the Phantom Rider into these games in a way that makes it unclear who he is. Who they are. But in the comics, it's immediately obvious. There's no mystery at all in the comics. So it's funny that there's mystery in everything else. And it would be very funny if it pushed people to read the comics to find out who the Phantom Rider is, when it's, like, not even a mystery in the comics. I would find that very funny. Fuck. Like, oh, I gotta find out who the Phantom Rider is, and then just... There's just no suspense at all in the comics. Because, like, we're kind of along with them when they decide to pick up that mantle, so, like, we know from the beginning as the reader. It's the other characters that don't know. Meanwhile, the current villain they're setting up, there is a lot of mystery around that, and I'm very intrigued. I have no idea who that is. I'm kind of hoping it's Infinite. After bringing him back for the case files. Like, I hope they do more with him than just that. But I have reasons to believe that it probably isn't. Comics are good, by the way. Like, if you're a Sonic fan, I guess I wouldn't say you should be reading them, but if you're a Sonic fan and you're interested in reading them, then you should be reading them, because they're good. I kind of regret taking as long as I did to get into them. Well, that's not great. I don't think I knew you could fall off. I'm gonna get eliminated. Yeah. I don't think that necessarily screwed me. I think I just wasn't doing well in general. I mean, I barely qualified on the previous round, so... Yeah, I didn't even have an EX score on those two. I did very badly. Definitely sweatier competition than tonight than yesterday. It feels. I was pretty effortlessly hitting the final round like every single match like yesterday. Did my air conditioning kicking on just cause Bluetooth interference? That shouldn't be a thing. I didn't think I was that far behind. Holy shit. God damn it. I have regrets. I chose violence and I paid the price. Hey, it's the Fantasy Zone guy. That's cool. I want more Sega crossovers. Those are fun. Put little, like, chibi Yakuza guys in this game. That would be fun. That'd be goofy and fun. Which I think is, like, the whole mantra of Yakuza, so... Sorry, Like a Dragon? It's called Like a Dragon now. Gotta put respect on its name. That Sonic's in the floor. We were talking yesterday about how I want them to do more festivals in Crossworld. What if they did festivals for the base roster? What if they did like a Tails festival and a Knuckles festival and a Sage festival and an Espio festival? Like that'd be neat. I guess they could split them up into teams. In the interest of, you know, the flow of festival. I'm bad. I guess staying up here with the balloons doesn't get you shit for rings, because I've had these all to myself, and I was in 8th place. So I guess that's not how you do that round. What does that Tangle have behind her? Because that's not a Genesis, is it? Was it a Master System, maybe? I don't think I've ever seen a Master System. I have no idea what it looks like. I can't sort by any means, so... Wow, the fucking Mega Mother Wisp. And the knot. Oh, it doesn't even show it here. I guess it's like an especially rare one. Thought I had a Coco. Coco are cute. Do you get... That does boost. Like, maybe I should actually be leveling this stuff up. Because it does give you score boosters. I mean, especially the epics, because they go up to 10. Well, I don't use skills anyway, because I'm a basic bitch, so that doesn't really mean anything. So nothing else really, like, gives you points. That's right, you can level the characters up, too. I forgot about that. I guess I'm constantly concerned that if I spend points... If I spend all the wrenches I have, and then I'm gonna have a character actually want to level up and be like, oh shit, now I don't have any more. It's hit that too good to use level, where it's like, well, but I don't want to. But if I dumped all the wrenches I had into leveling up, I could be getting even better scores, and... Anyway. I don't think I'm going to sit here and mass upgrade on stream. That's maybe something I should do off stream. I'll have to figure out, is there, like, how to get the most value out of it. I would assume the higher rarity ones give you more score, so I probably want to do those first. Like, I had that yellow silver. That one probably gives more bang for buck. But it might also be more expensive, so maybe not. Okay, cool. I love that. Okay. That's great. I just got this sudden idea that, like, since this is actually, like, capturing mobile is actually working better than I expected it to, should I actually be checking out the other mobile Sonic games? I think the potential issue there, and I would have to look into this, is a lot of them I've already played, so I'm already going to have, like, save files. I'm going to have to try to look into a way to, can I delete those save files and start over? Which, for those that don't know, mobile games tend to be very stingy about that sometimes. They make it, like, as difficult as possible to restart your save file for some reason. Some games outright won't let you. And I guess that's because of the fact that they're assuming you're going to be spending money, and they don't even want to give you the option of, like, accidentally resetting when you have purchases. What I might have to do is maybe just make a different account and use that. That being said, I don't know how much there would actually be to do. I think it would basically be Sonic Dash 2, which was Sonic Boom, and then the Sonic Forces one. I think that would basically be it. Unless I wanted to buy Sonic Runners, which I don't know if you even can still. I don't think Sonic Jump is even, like, available anymore. And those are just the ones off the top of my head. There's probably others I'm forgetting about. Oh, I love when I can get the chain going. I just can't get up there. I'm fucked. I'm done. I'm done, Zo. I'll take second. That might have been another that I was committing to the balloons too much. It was keeping me out of range, but I was probably getting less rings as a result. I'm gonna go ahead and at least bring up my... Oops, sorry about that. I'm gonna bring up my list of the Sonic retro stuff and, at least make a note of, should I do the mobile games? I feel like that could potentially be a, like, do all of them in one night. I feel like most of them are gonna be, like, an hour and be like, okay, you get it. And that's not counting, like, the... Was it Java? That were, like, in the 2000s? I don't think those are even, like, I don't think you can access those anymore. Hey, night sighting. Hey, thanks. I think I was about to fall off. Well, this sucks, and I hate it. Ooh, that's huge. Oh, fuck ass. Nah, I'm not fucking with you. Not taking any chances. There's apparently a Sonic Advance port for Android. I did not know that. There's some on here that, like, I don't even know what they are. What's Sonic Dash Club? I didn't know there were 2 Sonic Runners games. I somehow didn't see that. I have no defense. My brain just didn't see that as a threat. Bullshit. I got, like, stuck on someone. I hate the physics in this game sometimes. It was like someone got too close and my hitbox got, like, stuck to them, so it ate my jump. That's the stuff that, like, I don't mind losing, but I hate losing to shit like that. Alright, well, I have, like, a short list of the mobile games. I'll have to check to see which ones are actually available still. I'm a little I've never bought a game on mobile, and I kind of don't want to start now. But I know that Runners was only viable. But it was, like, also $3, I think. Some of those abilities seem very imbalanced. Although something I always dislike about even, like, thinking about doing mobile games is, like, this one's lucky because it's still, like, landscape orientation. Most mobile games are, like, portrait orientation. And putting that on a stream layout just looks... There's no good way to do that. It's gonna look awful no matter what you do, because it's just an incompatible screen type. Ugh. Oh, I got lucky there. See, like, what was the point of that? Like, there was no strategy to that roughhousing. He was just fuck you in particular. For just no reason. There was no chance that that was gonna get me killed or anything. I dislike that. What's my battery doing since I have my brightness all the way up? I think it is charging slower as a result, but it is still maintaining power, and that's all we need. Oh, is that her, Murder of Sonic outfit, I think? That's neat. I knew some of them had those. This is bad. How did that not hit anyone? Come on. Wow, I'm dead last. Huh? I thought I was doing better than that. Come on! Not that that would have won the game for me, but like, what's going on? Why did I get screwed like that twice in that match? Shut the fuck up! I kind of don't want to do, like, a throwaway crew in case I actually want it to mean something someday. You know what I mean? Like, I think the chance of that happening is slim to none, but... Gimme. Gimme. Baby. It's only worth one? What the fuck? Oh, that's third Rouge, wasn't it? Love to see it. I don't think that raises my score or anything, but you still love to see it. Out of curiosity. Yeah. Let's keep these moving. Yeah, these in particular, because then it gives me another mission anyway. Gimme. See, that one... I mean, it's gold. I have plenty of gold. So sure. Nah, fuck it. Why not? Rewards is rewards. Let's do a little bit of research here really quick. Hold on. So, like, Tangle's already level 10. So leveling him up costs 400, gives me 4%. 303%. So it's roughly 1% for 100. And then what about these? Yeah, 1%, 100 points. So I can boost my score by 144% right now. Basically. I would assume these are the same. Yeah. So that's probably a thing I should be doing. And there's no reason to necessarily do the rarer ones, because it's not cheaper or anything. I mean, ultimately they can level up further? No, they're all level 10. I mean, you do get more value out of one character, but it's not... It's the same cost. Look, Whisper. Oh, it does start costing rings eventually, too. Which is fine, I have plenty of rings, but that does throw off my math a little bit, because it did reduce the cost of the wrenches eventually. Is probably still a thing I should be doing. Oh, that wrench. Oh, but the wrench, the cost went up, but it was giving me extra points. So it was still the same cost. Why is Amy level 9? I probably didn't have the rings or something. Yeah, you can tell early on I was probably doing leveling and then kind of said fuck it eventually. Okay, so that's still 1%. And there's not really a... It doesn't matter if you level up characters or Chow, you get, like, the same value. The biggest value is obviously getting entirely new characters. I wonder if the voxel skins are the same ones from Speed Simulator as well. I haven't seen a Rouge one in Speed Simulator. I guess I should ask that if, you can get the Donpa in his little car. That's funny. I guess I should ask her, would you guys even be interested in seeing the mobile games? Is that something I should pursue? Like I said, I feel like a lot of them I could just do in one stream. So it wouldn't even be that time-consuming, I don't think. I think most of them aren't gonna be like this in Speed Simulator, where it holds me for hours and hours and hours. But I guess you never know. What the fuck was that? Dude, come on. I think at this point I'm reaching a point of curiosity of how many games I can stuff into the marathon. How far can I stretch it, and how high can that number go? Because we were definitely at a point where we only had, like, 3 games left, so it would have been, like, 64 total. I think between... Well, some of the stuff I want to do on Retro Achievements isn't going to count, because it's, like... We already played Sonic 2, so I'm not going to rate specifically Sonic 2 and Knuckles, I don't think. So some of them aren't gonna count towards the tally, but... I feel like pushing it up to 70-something is at least plausible. Ah, motherfucker. Why you gotta be a fucker? Like, why, we were uncontested, why did you have to try and take mine? We both could have, got one. Like, what, like, people suck. Like, imagine being at the grocery store and there's 2 watermelons left, and 2 people going for the watermelons, and the other guy punches you in the face, not to take both watermelons, but to specifically take the one that you were going to take. But still only take 1 watermelon. Like, what the fuck are we doing? That might be extreme, because he didn't attack me, he just cut me off. So, feel free to adjust that to be that instead. He cut you off to take your watermelon when there was enough for everyone. It's kind of just, like, the inherent problem with competitive multiplayer games, that, like, it's no fault of the developers, there's nothing they can do about it, it's just people suck, and that's just the reality of the situation. Yeah. Yeah. No, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. I fucking hate this map. No! I love that the hitboxes for the springs are really big, except for when you want them to be really big and catch you from a mile away, and then they're like, fuck you, be more accurate. That time in the springs completely screwed me. I managed to get up to 7th, but by some miracle. I kind of want to... That just gives me, like, skill shards or whatever. Because that's kind of why I wanted to push my score higher. But it's also, like, who cares? You know? Once again, I find myself wishing that the boss fights were open tonight. What can you do? We'll see some tomorrow. It's fine. I think a large part of why I want to, like, stall in the marathon as long as I can is I would like to fit Blitz in there when that comes out. In a truly perfect world, we could end the marathon with, like, the newest Sonic game, but we have no idea when the fuck that's gonna be, so... I'm not about to start planning around that. If they announced it tomorrow, it probably wouldn't be out until next year, so, like, that's a long time to stall. The fuck is the werewolf? Just realized, like, do they still only have Zaz and Zavok in this? They don't even have the other Deadly Six? That's, like, shocking and a little offensive. Okay. They had a shield, so it makes sense why that didn't work. No. Yo, who the fuck is the werewolf? Who the fuck is this guy? Yeah, they even have, like, other skins for Zaz and Zavok, but they don't have... the other Deadly Six. That's kind of fucked up. Either that or just no one has the skins. I guess that's possible that they might be here and just no one has or uses them. No, that can't be possible. Because if people use Zaz and Zavok, who both suck, there are definitely people who would use the other characters, too. There's no way that that's where the line in the sand is. Like, oh yeah, we'll use shitty characters like Zaz and Zavok and Charmy and Marine and Jet, but Xena? That's going too far. Like, come on. We have taste. Bug. I pushed wrong button. Grab. B. Whatever the fuck you're called. Plants. Fuck off. Dude, these guys suck. Oh my god. Wow, that dropped me to 8th. That's unfortunate. Although, at least I qualified, I guess. Not in a great place, but... I wonder if it'd be worth it to just beeline to the back, where there's a bunch of rings, instead of going for the totems at the beginning. Wait for the higher value totems to spawn. Okay, what the fuck did I do to you? Okay, cool. Just lock on to no one. I appreciate that. See, I keep wishing that there was just... I talked about it yesterday. Boxes to tick. I wish I was getting things done more than experience towards the pass, which is going extremely quickly. Like, I feel like there's a chance I could finish the pass entirely tonight. Which is a double-edged sword, because I have to complain about games like this. Having events and season passes that are like, you have to play 28 out of 30 days, or you're not going to make it to the end. So it is nice that it's fully achievable. But on the other hand, it leans more into that you're going to hit a point of, well, now I don't have anything to do. I keep going back to F-Zero 99. I feel like F-Zero 99 does it so well. Because not only do they have, like, a huge list of things to do for, like, paint jobs and skins and stuff, but they also rotate the modes so quickly that, like, by the time you're getting bored of one, another one is popping up anyway. So, like, there it doesn't even bother me when I'm out of stuff to do, because it's like, well, at least when I'm just playing the game, it, like, it keeps it fresh. Now, the downside with that is you have the potential of modes being, oh, but I don't really like that one. So then a mode pops up and you're like, well, now I just don't want to play because that one sucks. Okay, fine, fuck you. I won't open the bridge for us, Jesus. Okay, fucko. Shadow from the Black Knight. That one there? No, I think that's the one they currently have that's in this season, but I'm sure the Black Knight one is here somewhere. Because they have other Black Knight stuff. Which one was he? Is he Lancelot? I think. That sounds right. Knuckles is Gawain. Blaze is Percival. So yeah, Shadow has to be Lancelot. I'm sure there's a skin of that. I'd be shocked if there wasn't. But no, that's like Dragon Slayer Shadow, or whatever the fuck they called it. I just call it Rathalos Shadow. You can get Rathalos as a mount. I knew that there was a crossover with Monster Hunter, but I didn't know it was a mount. That's funny. Because I feel like that's a very iconic shadow, so you'd very much double take and be like, what the fuck? What is that? Is that what I think it was? Oh, okay, what did that achieve? Okay. How do I keep missing these? What is depth perception even? There were so many of those that I was like, I got this, and then it just completely missed. What the fuck is that Kingpin big? Like, what is this? His name's Big X Shadow. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's get that off screen. And this is another example, like, because I guess they do have the Hyper Boost thing coming up, but, like, similar to Crossworlds, where I'm just going to start pitching ideas at the wall and be like, hey, what if they did this? What if they had, like, every hour or every half an hour, it, like, there was a mode that was just obstacle courses? For instance. I feel like Fall Guys did that. Where they'd have, like, special cues that were like, okay, this is what we're doing with this one. Make one that's, like, just obstacle courses and, like, you can't use skills. So it's just your platforming and going fast ability at test. Like, I feel like it's pretty easy to, like, come up with stuff like that just to be like, this would, like, keep your interest going. cool. I love when power-ups don't work. What if there was like a World Grand Prix mode or something, so it was like, it can only be from a certain zone. Like in this queue, it's chemical plant only, or something. Motherfucker. I feel like there's a chance I'm not gonna make it. I thought there was a chance that there were people, like, that were just gonna... that were on the same path as I was, and they were gonna get there first. Couldn't get there quite fast enough, but qualifies, I guess. There's actually some people... There's some usernames I'm recognizing from yesterday. So it must be like a... not a terribly large community playing this game. But there's enough to keep the queues going, so that's not a problem. Got all turned around at the camera swing there. Hey, I pulled up the 4th somehow. I was pretty firmly in 7th for like the entire thing. does feel like the rewards are slowing down, but I think that's just because I'm looking for them at this point. Alright, I think we can do one more, and then ads are going to be playing, so I'll take a quick break. I haven't been drinking any water, so I'm going to resolve that really quick. Just drink down half that water bottle, fuck it. I don't think I'm gonna go for 6 hours tonight of this game. I think I'll pivot and do something else, which is a question of what though. Fuck off. I think that shit just, like, literally makes the game worse. It's so annoying. What? Where? Why? Why did it eat my jump? That was an interesting interaction. There has to be a Lancelot skin. Like, that Blaze skin reminded me. That's not Percival, but I remember when this game came out, there was a Percival in the shop that I kind of wanted to get, and I don't think I did. I think by the time I got the red rings for it, it, like, wasn't there anymore or something. I had an extra life, it's fine. I was eliminated? What? How? I still had another life. Were there too many survivors and they had to just randomly eliminate some people when the time ran out? Probably not randomly, they probably chose both based on who only had one life. Well, fuck you then. Do we know when TZ? No. As with most mobile games, Rumble was the same way, where it was in testing in, like, one country for, like, a year, and then it just... 1 week they were like, oh yeah, it's coming out next week. So it's gonna be the same thing, where we're probably not gonna know until it's, like, a week or two away from launch. If that, it might just outright shadow drop. Sometimes they do that for mobile games, too. It's kind of annoying. Like, we don't even know if it's this year. Like, it's just, we don't know anything. Because they just don't talk, like, it's so weird that they just don't even talk about this shit. Like, they're not promoting it at all. This did get some promotion, though. Like, a little bit. Well, that did nothing for me. But you know what? I also made them choose Chaos when I did it, so... Well, that was weird, but I'll take it. Let me see, do they have a Twitter account for Sonic Blitz? They do. As of a month ago, they launched the official Discord server, and it was live only in Brazil. Why Brazil? I don't know. Nothing against Brazil, but it's also just like, why did they choose? Why is that the one they chose? You'd think it would be like Japan, or... You know, one of their... I guess they didn't want one of their bigger markets? They wanted a smaller one? And I know Sonic games are pretty big in Brazil as well, so... It's not the craziest pull, I guess. Well, okay. That's gonna get me fucking killed again. I don't know how I lost that shield. I kind of call bullshit on that, but... I fucking... Why did the homing attack launch me into the lava twice? What the fuck is that? It's like I said, I don't mind losing. I hate losing to dumb shit like that. Or it's just, oh, sorry, the homing attack doesn't really work right, so you lose. Like, cool. Thanks. Cool. I wonder how many characters you need before it's just a full collection of characters in the background there, and there's no empty gap. Oh, I forgot about taking a break. Oh well. Yeah, every game the homing attack is broken in a new and interesting way. It sucks in every game. Like, it sucked in Speed Simulator, too, and it sucked in a way that was, like, unique to Speed Simulator. It is reliably unreliable, and yet somehow the way it's unreliable is also unreliable. Why would it not lock onto the other person? Like, I needed it to do that, and it was just like, nah, fuck you. This game is kind of a... I think the thing is that it's never quite clear how you control the targeting of the homing attack. And that's the problem here, is it doesn't feel like you're in control of how the homing attack is aimed. I think it was in Forces that I noticed the homing attack was really weird, and I think I figured it was because it's, like, conal in front of you. And even, it's conal in front of, in the direction the character's facing. So even if you jump and try to, like, pivot to something behind you, you can't do that in Forces. Because the character's already facing one direction, you can only lock on in that direction. Whereas in some of the games, you can kind of turn in the air, and then you can homing attack something that's behind you, but you can't do that in Forces. God damn. It's violent back there. What the hell was that? In this, I haven't been able to figure out, like... I don't think I'm in control of how it's targeted. Because I often try to be like, I'm pushing the analog stick towards the direction I want to homing attack, and it doesn't give a fuck. It's just like, nah, this is what I got first. If I had to guess based on, like, my immature coding knowledge, it paints the wrong picture, but you know what I mean. Inexperienced coding knowledge is probably the better way of putting it. There's probably, like, imagine that there's a big circle around the character. Like a big circle. And what that circle does is it tracks targets. So when a target comes within that circle, it adds that target to a list and says this is an available target for the homing attack. That sounds pretty simple, right? Something comes within your range, you have it as a target for a homing attack. The issue then becomes, what does it do when there's, like, 7 targets on that list? How does it prioritize which one, or give you control over which one is actually your current target? And that seems to be what they didn't address in this game. It seems like they said, well, we'll just go down the list. Whatever your first target was, that's your target until you no longer have that target. And then it moves on to the next one in the list. Which means the player has no fucking control over what you're targeting. Which perhaps obviously doesn't feel good. Now, needless to say, coding a more advanced system for, like, target selection is complicated, so I kind of get why they would maybe do it that way. But they're also probably better coders than I am, so they should probably be able to figure it out. But a couple, maybe like a year or two ago, I fiddled with the idea of... How do I explain this? It was basically like a Vampire Survivors style game. Except, like, I had the character acting as, like, a turret. So they would shoot at targets in range. And that's how I coded it. I had a big circle underneath them, and that would acquire targets. But that was the problem I came across, is it would just pick the first target on the list, and that's your target. And then it would move on to the next target only once that target's been eliminated. And I was like, how do I have it determine which of those targets is, like, the closest target? And that's when you have to start using math that's more complicated than I'm capable of doing. That's where I was like, oh shit, I'm not capable of doing this. I started wondering, like, okay, how do I target based on, like, what has the lowest health? How do I target based on which one is the closest? Target based on highest health. Target based on anything at all, and that's where I was like, I don't fucking know. You'd have to parse those items on the list, like, periodically to try and figure out, to get those stats, and then store those stats to figure out, okay, then there's a different list entirely. I guess that's how it would have to work. You'd have to take the list, parse every, like, second, probably faster than that, probably, like, every half second, or even immediately, if it could manage it. To question, okay, which of these targets on the list has the lowest amount of health? Boy, that sent me. Holy shit. And then format a new list, ordering them by how much health they have, and updating that every, like, let's just say half a second, I guess. And this was something I found very interesting about coding, was the problem solving of it. You're fucking kidding. How did I not make it through there? Anyway, that's probably why the homing attack sucks in every game. They're probably trying a new angle in, like, every game to try and make it work, and, like, addressing, problems they've had in the past. They've probably tried, like, okay, well, what if we make it that of the available targets, that adjusts based on where the player is pointing? And that probably has problems, too. In some of the games, the problem is that the targeting doesn't work. You're pointed right at something, and it's right in front of you, and it's just not picking up the target. And that's probably, like, the range is too small, or maybe the range doesn't have a proper Y-axis, so it has to be, like, on the same level as you. And then in some games, they probably broadened that range, which caused other problems, because now you're locking onto things you didn't intend to lock onto. in some games it's, well, the range is 20 units, but the homing attack only goes 19 units. Oops. So now there's a chance you can be locked onto something and push the button, and they're not actually going to make it to the target, and then they're just going to fall and die. Like, there's so many things that could go wrong. And that's not even accounting for the fact that they also have to make it work in 3D and in 2D space in the modern games. There is probably a very good reason for why... Is it only Adventure 1 and 2 that has the charge-up homing attack, where you can just do a line of enemies? And it barely works, right? So there's probably a good reason why they didn't do that in future games. Because there's two ways to solve that problem. You can either have, like, while you're charging, a bigger range that you can use to select multiple targets, but then what happens if you select the targets in, like, the wrong order? So then you're gonna have a system again that determines, like, okay, which enemy is the closest, because we want to do that one first, and then try to order them based on that. What happens then if the enemies are in a circle, and it goes around in a loop? Because then you're going to have trouble detecting which one is the closest. The other way of solving that problem would be to make it that... Ow. It, is pre-programmed depending on the row of enemies, which I believe Shadow Generations does, because I think you can do that with specific sets of enemies, where when you homing attack one, he just goes along the chain. That's probably pre-programmed based on that grouping of enemies, and it's not targeting dynamically on the fly, which is why it actually kind of works pretty well. Well, I was hoping that homing attack was going to do something more for me, but it didn't do much. And yeah, in some cases I can quickly determine why the homing attack isn't working very well, and in other games I'm just like, I don't fucking know. In Speed Simulator, it's kind of obvious that the targeting range is too small, coupled with the fact that you move really fucking fast in that game. So sometimes you have to, like, react in, like... I want to say it might be borderline frame perfect. If you're going fast enough in Speed Simulator, if you want to homing attack something, you have to be very accurate and precise with your execution there, because the range is so small. In this, if I had to guess, it's the problem of they just add available targets to a list and they don't sort that list in any particular manner. Again, forces, it seemed to be it had to be in front of you, and if it wasn't in front of you, and you couldn't really turn in the air very well in that game, so that kind of caused the problem. In, like, Adventure and Adventure 2, I think those are the ones where you sometimes have the issue of they launch to a target you weren't even trying to target. That might just be a fact of they don't give you a visual indicator of your target in the earlier games. So that's just like a feedback problem. If you had a target, you would know you're targeting the wrong thing, and you would probably not push the button. So on one hand, I get it. I get why it's so funky. On the other hand, figure it out. You're game developers. Your job should be to solve that problem. For a mechanic that they invented almost 30 years ago. You'd think they would have figured it out. And like, don't get me wrong, it does work better now than it used to. In most cases. I don't think it's great in this game, but... I seem to remember it being pretty reliable in Shadow Generations. I want to say it's probably pretty good in Frontiers too, but I guess we'll find out when we get there. Oh, I don't like this one very much. It's one of the ones where you, like, you have to stay away from other players, because... This is a rare case of where I don't think the roughhousing is awful, because it's kind of the point of this particular game. Is that it's survival, you're trying to stay on something, and it makes sense that you'd give players a way to knock each other off of it. Like, that makes sense. I think my problem with the roughhousing is, in a lot of cases, it doesn't really have a place, so it doesn't feel like it belongs. It's just bothersome. It's just something for 12-year-olds to use and go, I got you. No. There it is. What's the cooldown on that fight? That's my fault. I was really hoping someone else would get eliminated first. What's the cooldown on that fucking shockwave? Because they were just spamming that shit. Like, that was fucking annoying. Really quick. I could probably just wait another 30 minutes, but I'm not going to do that. I gotta pee. I should have taken a break 20 minutes ago, so I'm just going to do it now. I'll try to be quick. So grab the cookie because you can't stop me. Mm-hmm. 14 sessions done. Yeah, it's about that time of the night, right? Time to start winding down. That voxel shit is so fucking ugly, holy shit. Whatever. Oh, you got another heat wave? That sucks. Hasn't been too crazy here, but the humidity's been fucking terrible. Pretty sure it's been like 90% humidity for the past, like, week. It's been pretty bad. But I think the heat has only been, like, low to mid-80s, which is, like, it's hot, but it's not crazy. It's, like, normal summer weather as far as I'm concerned. We're almost through it. I mean, September could still suck, I guess, but ideally, August will be it. We're halfway there. It's funny, I'm actually not, like, the biggest... Like, a lot of people, like, peer pressure about, oh, stay hydrated. Like, drink water constantly, all the time. And I'm not that. But in heat waves, I'm definitely, like, remember to stay hydrated. It is very important during a heat wave. And I think a lot of people don't really think about that until they start feeling like shit, and then someone says, have you drank any water today? And they're like, no, why? I've definitely had friends who've done that, and I'm like, yeah, it's fucking 96 degrees out, drink some fucking water. Damn, that one went by fast. So yeah, do what you can to stay cool and make sure to hydrate. I've been drinking a ton of water since summer hit. I want to say back in winter, now granted my habits weren't the best in winter. I think I was averaging like 3 sodas a day and maybe like 1 or 2 bottles of water. Now I'm averaging, not even averaging, 2 sodas a day. I don't allow myself to have a third one anymore. And I probably drink like 4 bottles of water now. See, like, why did it target the far one and not the one right in front of me? Because I already had the target of the far one. The one right in front of me was probably my secondary target. And full disclaimer, I could be completely wrong on that. I'm just spitballing and trying to figure out. Trying to figure out why it doesn't work is helpful to realize how can I help it to work. Like, how can I get it to work more reliably? And to do that, you gotta figure out, well, why does it not work reliably? I had first for a second there, but then I lost it. I think if I would have actually landed that attack on the guy in first, then I may have secured it, but there was too many targets. I couldn't really get who I wanted there. I'll take a second, though. Second's not bad. Who likes that art style? God, it's so ugly. Like, as much as I shit on Minecraft for having a shitty art style, it is better than that. Not by much, but they at least have a style that they determined this is how we're doing things, whereas Voxel is just throw blocks at it. Shut the fuck up. What was the character limit on that? That would fit. I was thinking about making my crew name Forever Alone. And I think that fits. I think it was 14 characters. Forever Alone would be 13. 12 if I keep the space out. I also thought earlier about making it just Kexen. I don't really like that, though. For some reason, I thought these were bouncy, and I was like, I don't want to touch these. Oh, fuck you. Oh, they're they're freestyling? Oh baby. Oh baby. How the fuck is this game's soundtrack better than Crossworlds? How? It's a fucking mobile game. Like, what the fuck? Hydrating. Again. Give me that. Wow, I got fucking baited on that one. Dude, what the fuck? No, the one that I'm pushing up to reach. I think it mostly gets bad in this game when you have a lot of targets. Like, that's when it is having a hard time determining which one it should be focusing on. It seems to, like, here it seems to be completely fine. But when I was surrounded by targets, it was, like, barely functioning. Sick. Sick. Boing. Now this is where things usually get out of hand for me. Oh, baby. That's a nice little haul. Grab one of these really quick. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna waste that. It's not quite what I wanted to do, but I'm gonna wait over here for a second. You're fucking joking. You can't make this shit up. Oh, come on. I needed that, man. Was it just plain-ass Vanilla Sonic? Not even movie Sonic, not even Night Sonic. It's reminding me of back when Mario Kart 8 was, like, brand new. And I was criticizing how bad the roster was. And I remember I went on a tangent once, specifically in regards to, like, Baby Rosalina and Pink Gold Peach and, like, Cat Peach and, like, Dry Bowser and stuff like that. And I went on a tangent about how, like, the next DLC pack is gonna be, like, Peach, but she wore her hair down today, and Donkey Kong, but all of his ties are in the wash, and Ice Luigi, and... Well, this is ass. Why did that not hit him? Excuse me? Sometimes I think this game is too fast-paced for its own good. Like, I understand that that's what they want, but, like, the netcode isn't good enough for that. So you have a lot of situations like that where you're trying to react to something, but in the time it takes you to react, the player's already not there anymore on their end. So then there's just a disconnect where it's like, oh, I guess I missed because I was reacting to something that was on my screen but wasn't actually real. Someone still got second, though, so we take those. There are 5 people live playing this game. And hey, that one stream I criticized for not actually playing the game is actually playing the game now. That's pretty cool. So hey, to those of you that chose this stream to hang out and get your drops, I appreciate it. You probably don't have audio on, but I appreciate it all the same. I miss Fall Guys, but like when Fall Guys was new. Once Fall Guys started getting really sweaty, it got not fun really fast. But when it was new and people weren't sweaty yet, that game was fun as fuck. It's just a great example of how, like, I think that game's downfall was just players are too sweaty, and there's nothing that could be done about it. Because I don't think the developers made a mistake or anything. I think it was just the player base got way too sweaty and competitive with it, and it stopped being fun. Holy shit, that lead. Let's see if I can keep it. My bet's on no, but we'll see. I don't like this one very much. I don't think this is gonna go well. Alright. I saw a little bit of lag, so I'm gonna look at my phone instead. That's fair. Oh, double shield? Oh, okay. Double jump isn't great in this game. That actually went very well. That was probably the best I've ever done on that particular round. There's our second dub of the night. That's for Nerdist before you go to sleep. I had to get a win before you had to head off. She's so happy. That avatar is so cursed. Holy shit, yeah, I was ahead by 2,000 points. Holy moly. Maybe all the sweaters went to sleep. Now it's just a bunch of kids playing on a virtual controller. They stand no chance. Crazy that they have Pinball Carnival. That's the sort of stuff. I'll put like Mad Gear Zone from Sonic 4 in or something. Like fuck Metropolis. Put Mad Gear in this. We don't really have like an Eggman Fortress kind of stage. Although Death Egg would be good too. Or get a Mania stage. Get like probably Mirage Saloon. We already have a desert, I guess, so Studiopolis would probably stick out the most. As like a well, or Press Garden. Those would both be pretty good, like unique areas. Okay, what? Ha-ha! Yeah, I have a controller connected. I've tried to play this on the mobile touch controls. They're awful. It's like borderline unplayable. I think I only liked using it on mobile for like when the boss fights were active, the co-op boss fights. Because those are just... You don't need as good of reaction speed. Because you're against something that has a pattern. So it's a little bit more manageable. That was my negative about this game when I rated it for the marathon. The negative was there's no console release and playing it on mobile fucking sucks.
PC would have been fine. It's just my computer kind of hates it. This room does have a Zavok player. Not as bad as Zaz, though. I have legitimate concerns about people who are Zaz fans. I low-key think Jet is a worse character than Zaz, but I think Zaz is like a fucking psychopath, so like anyone who like identifies with Zaz like kind of scares me. No. Dude, like, the depth on that was impossible. I thought I had plenty of time to get out of the way. And it was just like, no, I'm right on top of you. Just assume they really like Ryder. Yeah, basically. Jet is like they like Riders, but they have no taste. And then Wave and Storm are like they like Riders, and they actually have taste in good characters. Yeah, Tangle players, you know they have good taste. In Crossworlds, if you see a Whisper player, there's a chance they're just a meta whore. But they could also have good taste. I don't know if she's still the meta. I know she was for a little while there, but I actually wanted to ask Riley if Omega is becoming a meta character, because the one night I played, I saw a ton of Omega players, which I thought was really weird. There's a Pixel Tails too, and it's hideous. I don't think that's the same one from Speed Simulator. I dislike that they nerfed Tingle's tail in Crossworlds. That's part of why I stopped playing her too. I guess people whined that, like, her tail was in the way and they couldn't see what they were doing. Which is like, come on, really? So they made her, like, scrunch it up behind her and it just looks bad. Dude. Fuck. Okay. You already knew that was coming. Okay, I'm not fucking with you. It's weird that you can play as Eggman in this, but you can't play as Sage. It seems weird that they haven't added Sage yet. I think they made her as, like, a follower character, so I don't think she's going to be playable, which is just odd. Okay, fine, fuck you. Man, they're just as bad as they are in Sonic Adventure 2. What a world. Gotta love the accuracy. Oh, so many points. Oh, that would have been even better. I should have followed him. You're joking. I thought that was a homing. Oh, that worked out really well. Huge. Yeah, she was, like, pretty immediately everyone likes this character. I mean, like I said, I think she's, like, a follower character in this. So, like, they did put her in it, but for whatever reason, they were like, but she can't be playable. Which is like, huh? Why? Yeah, I really like that Lanolin's in this. I'm surprised they haven't put Starline in anything yet. Oh, well, that was interesting. Oh, that was shitty and wasted. No! That would have been a really good haul at the end. Somehow? I needed to not fall there, but it might be okay. Oh, the shield is huge. I don't know how I won that. The guy in first must have gotten butchered. Because I was not playing very aggressively, so they must have gotten ran over. But you know what? You know what they say. We take those. Oh! Huge. God, ranking up takes so fucking long now. Well, we're tied with our wins from yesterday now. Oh, edgy. Oh, baby. I'm definitely gonna finish the pass tonight, unless I stop, like, right now. But nah. I mean, it's a good opportunity to stop, because we're right at the 3-hour mark. But I'm having a good time. I see a decent viewer count, which means people are trying to get their drops. I'm not gonna abandon them. I've been there. I've tuned into streams just to get drops, and then I lurk for like 15 minutes and then look back, and they've stopped streaming, or they're playing something else entirely, and I'm like, well, shit. That's not helpful. I still have an hour and 45 minutes to go here. It's crazy how many people I've seen that I've tuned in and watched just for drops that don't raid anyone. Like, it's when they finish. Like, it's a crazy high number to me. Especially for drops, like, who cares if you even know the person? Like, just pick someone who's also playing the game and send the people who are trying to get their drops somewhere they can continue to get their drops. I don't know why I'm a superstar player now, but you know what? Sure. Doing. Wee. Which I will try to do that again tonight. Hopefully there's options live when I'm done. Yeah, it's not gonna be for a few hours yet, of course, but that counted as taking. Maybe my shield just ran out. Fuck ass. Someone else can get that, right? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Excuse me? Fuck the fuck off. Oh, saved. I didn't think I was gonna make that. Oh, there's 14 drops right now, too. I would say I'd stream it so you can get them, but, like, I have to get more storage for my Switch 2 first. And I don't know if that's the thing I'm not exactly fast-tracking that. But it's a massive game. I'm sure there's plenty of people playing it, so I don't think you're gonna have trouble. Fuck. That's bullshit. I would have counted that. What, 14? Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people playing. I think I follow a couple people who play it. On occasion, at least. Especially right now, if there's drops and it just came out on Switch too. How is the Switch 2 version? Like, is it solid? Or is, like, the performance kind of not super good? I think I saw that the Switch 2 Lies of P just came out, too, and I think I saw that that's pretty solid as well. I think they said, like, I think they said quality mode in handheld mode sucks. But other than that, it's in pretty good shape. Yeah, I was gonna say, he's gonna attack me 100%. Fuck off, dude. The amount of times that happens is unreal. I was gonna say I think I would have preferred the shoes, but no, I think the magnet did good work there. That's win number 4, baby! And it happened during ads. You hate to see it. God damn, that lead. Holy shit, there was like only 2 of us in that match. What was everyone else doing? I do think all of the sweaters might have gone to sleep. It might just be iPad kids now. Let's take a quick, yeah, let's like take a quick look over here. Sure. Alright. Has issues, but it's not bad enough to get a patch or two can't fix. You can also see a lot migrating to Switch 2 since the PS4 version is getting discontinued at some point in 2028. I wonder why. Because that's already not a physical game, so it's a pure coincidence that it's the same time. Well, I guess PS4, so I'm guessing the PS5 version still exists. Or I assume there's a PS5 version. Maybe there isn't. Okay, got a number of those done. That's fair. With storage on PS4, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'd be curious to know how many people, like, what percentage of their player base is playing on PS4. So I wonder how many people that would even affect. I would assume most people play on PC, like, for the most part. Like, probably over 50%. I also saw, did anyone see the Capcom interview? Where they were asked, like, are you worried about digital only? And they were like, fuck no. Digital is 90% of our sales. And I was like, yeah, that checks out. It makes sense. I was curious about that number for just any platform or any company. I think I saw that Nintendo's digital audience is like closer to 50%, but getting bigger. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the fact that they're even burning it to Switch too is like they must see that there's an appeal there. Is it even on Xbox? I don't know. But also Square Enix is just being better about more consoles in general lately. Which is cool. It is on Xbox. Same series of interviews where they believe the reason for the reception of Wilds was purely due to performance issues. Yeah, sure. The performance wasn't great. Like, that's fair. I don't know if that was the sole reason, but, like, I could see it being a thing. I think I had hesitations about even picking the game up because it looked like the performance on Series S was going to be not very good. But, like, when I was playing it, like, was it affected? Like, it was still Monster Hunter. I still had a good time. I wouldn't say it affected my experience. But there's a lot of people who are just shallow about that sort of thing. So if they saw performance, that might have stopped them from buying it. I don't know if I would say that's the only reason, though. I don't think the game looks good. Like, visually looks nice. I've watched people play it on, like, the more powerful consoles and on PC, and I'm still like, yeah, this game looks boring. Like, it's not interesting to look at. And I think even though companies think that, like, super hyper-realistic is the only way to go, I think that does still affect sales. Where people are just like, oh, this just doesn't look interesting. I think we're kind of having a comeback with that, because we have games like Marvel Rivals that, like, very much are not hyper-realistic and have a lot of style to them, and I think that does get people's attention. Plus, every character in that game is sexy as fuck. I'm not very good at this one. I don't like that one very much, but I'll take the second. Oh, is there a demo for Wilds? I don't think I knew that. Yeah, that's true. In some of the weather effects, it looks better. But some of it is just brown and foggy and dusty and, like, just not pleasant to look at. I feel like even World had some nice-looking zones. It was still, like, more realistic, but it was still, like, more colorful, at least. Although I say that, and, like, the rotting bone graveyard was, like, really cool, and that was definitively brown and gray and dusty, but it was still a very cool zone. But I think it's because not the whole game looked like that, so that helped. There was contrast. Like, they had the fire and ice kind of zone. I remember a lot of the crystal caverns looked really cool there. There was, like, the coral jungle that was really cool. Meanwhile, I struggle to, like, remember the areas from Wilds. The oil well basin was kind of cool. But even then, it was very gray. And I guess the rainforest was pretty cool. I think the first area was, like, not great. And I think, like, the last one wasn't great. They just didn't have enough going on. Were there only the 4 areas? Is that right? Or is there a 5th one that I'm forgetting about? It's kind of, like, dumb that they say that, though, of, like, oh, we think the performance had something to do with it. Did you think about, like, maybe, I don't know, making some performance patches? And making it run better, then? Or were you too busy with the fucking gathering hub where you can arm wrestle that no one asked for? And the endemic life catalog that no one asked for. Fuck ass. I am forgetting Ice Shard Cliffs. Which I think is fair. It's an okay zone. I didn't dislike it, but it is very just... It's in the name, Ice Cliffs. It's icy and it's cliffy, and there's not a lot else going on. The sacred paths. Yeah, I like... Interestingly, I watched someone who's, like, a Monster Hunter fan, but they criticize Wilds and World a lot. And a lot of their criticism is that you don't even have to, like, explore the world anymore. You just jump on your pet and it plays the game for you. Which is fair. But I do think that... Like, Rise didn't do that with the Palamutes. Did they? They definitely leaned into... In Wilds, they leaned into, like, this path only your Sacred can take. For, like, a shortcut. I don't think they did that with the Palamute as much. Could you even let the Palamute autopilot? I don't think you could. You still had the drive, right? I think the autopilot is not a bad idea. I think if... And this is going to be a hot take, because people didn't like this. But if they brought... If they had... And hear me out. If they had some sort of tracking mechanic... Hear me out. Hear me out. Whether that was through... If you had to unlock the functionality for your mount to chase the monster, whether that was through fighting it for a certain amount of time so that it, like, gets its scent and knows how to track it, or if you got, like, enough of their tracks, like in World, and they knew they could, like, learn to track the monster, or if you paintballed it, maybe there are, like, scented paintballs that you can hit it with, and then your guy just knows the scent and knows where to go. But I think booting up a hunt and immediately being like, okay, take me to the monster, I think that's flawed design, for sure. I think there's room for it to be good quality of life without it completely taking the element of exploring and finding the monster out of the game. I think that's where they went wrong with it, is they made it too accessible. And there's no effort required now. You literally just start a hunt, you jump on your Sacred and say, take me to the monster. And I think that's where they went wrong. Tried. Just wasn't enough. See, and Riley, I think that's why Rise performed so well. Because they didn't give a fuck about performance. They put it on a console where they knew Monster Hunter fans were going to pick it up. And, like, the game ran at, like, 28 FPS, and, like, high-fidelity heads made a big deal out of it, and they were like, man, I wish Rise ran at, like, a stable frame rate at all. 60 FPS makes all the world of a difference. And, like, yeah, but that didn't make it sell better. Of course, Wilds didn't have that level of performance either, so, like, I think the problem with Wilds was the platforms they put it on. Because I think people do expect higher performance from those platforms. And for the game to just look better. And again, I feel like World did look pretty good. Like, I think that's why it appealed to people, was that it looked really nice, and I think it did look nice. I don't think Wilds does. Wilds is, I want to say, maybe one of the worst-looking Monster Hunter games. Don't think you'll ever buy Wilds unless the expansion's really good. Yeah, I think there's still a chance that I won't get the expansion. They're gonna have to sell me on that. Like, I think if I had to... If someone redeemed the request a game redeem and said play a Monster Hunter game, I don't think Wilds is the one I would pick. I would probably play Rise. Maybe World. I fucking hate this part. I mean, now, if someone was, like... And these are all, like, I'm not even saying, hey, do this. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically. If someone, like, donated, like $100 and said, play Monster Hunter Wilds with me, I don't think I'd put up a fuss. I'd be like, yeah, sure, we can play Monster Hunter Wilds. I wouldn't be like, oh, fuck, really? Can I refund that? Like, it wouldn't be that. But if I had, like, a choice between Monster Hunters, I don't think Wilds would be the one that I would pick first. Fuck off. Man, like, why did it target that one? Alright, well, that time it worked. Do 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 do. Anyway, that the Capcom interview thing is what led me to see that retailers are starting to get PS5s that have warnings printed on the box about how they're discontinuing physical media. If people still think that Sony's gonna back down from that decision, there's a 0% chance. They are fucking committed. And you're allowed to be mad about it. I'm not saying that you should, like, get used to it, but they're not backing down from that. I think if you value physical media, you should no longer value Sony, is kind of the thing. Like, that's your path at this point. You're gonna have to either pick, do I like Sony or do I like physical media? Thanks, I guess. Like Sony, but Sony hasn't been Sony in a long time. Yeah. I can see that. Because what I do like of Sony is, like, their PS1 and PS2 stuff. Which they don't do anything with. I think Sony could get me back on board, like, physical or digital aside, because I don't give a fuck. They could get me on board pretty quickly if they started being like, we're gonna make a new Ape Escape, and we're gonna make a new, Ratchet and Clank, and a new Medieval, and a new, I wouldn't play it, but new Jak and Daxter. A new Twisted Metal. Like, if they started using the properties they have, if they did what Nintendo did, and they just did short, like, year-long development cycles of just smaller games that they were putting out for, like, $50, they could get me back on I wouldn't say back on board, because I've never been on board. Because of playing the Sony stuff on Retro Achievements that I've never played before, I'm like, I get it. I get why people like this. But yeah, that's not what current Sony is. Yeah. Anyway, take it easy, Nerdist. Do what you can to stay cool and hydrated. Sounds like it's gonna be a pretty rough weekend. I did not do well on that round. It's not great. Is that the fucking Feral Tales from Prime? Jesus. How am I doing here? Guys, this feels like it's going very slowly now. There's still a fair bit to do here. Well, 10 levels. It's not that crazy. Oh, yeah, yes. Play and party with friends. I don't have any. Give me them rangs. Oh, yeah, we'll still finish the Season 8 pass for sure. I might pivot at 4 hours. I might give it another half an hour and then go play Speed Simulator for an hour or two, maybe. So I wonder if... And this sounds exploitive. Exploitative? Exploitive? Both of those sound wrong. It sounds like an exploit, and that you shouldn't do it. But... I'm basically thinking, should I switch to Speed Simulator and not change the category so that people who are trying to get their drops can still get their drops? Because I don't want to rug pull them, you know what I mean? I mean, as long as I'm not doing, like, a 10-hour stream not playing the game, that I imagine that's probably fine. If I'm just going to do, like, an hour of Speed Simulator, I feel like that's not the biggest deal. And oddly, like, the viewership in the Roblox category has been fucking terrible. I expected it to be not great, and I expected it to be a lot of children. And I guess that's the problem, is there's probably just... Who's watching Roblox on Twitch? It's probably children watching it on YouTube. Children who aren't old enough to have Twitch accounts, so they're not going to be watching it on Twitch. Why did my double jump not let me double jump? Okay. You motherfucker. Whee! That did nothing. I can't see. Right. This game's kind of strange that, like... I'm definitely not bored playing it. Like, I haven't hit a point where I'm like, I'm bored, I have to do something else. But in between every match, I don't have that overwhelming sense of just one more. It's missing that just one more effect that most games like this strive to have. Like, most of the time between matches, I go, do I want to play one more? Do I want to do something else? I guess I'll play one more. It's not like, put me back in the queue. I gotta do more. And I don't quite know what they can do to achieve that. For me, it would be, like, give me little missions to, like, collect 100 coins or whatever. Rings. Stop doing that, idiot. What's wrong with you? Did you grow up as a Sega kid or not? Jesus. You LARPer. Yeah, even little missions like that, I feel like, would keep me going. Like similar to, like, Speed Simulator has it, right? Like, they have the challenges that refresh and, like... Sure, you just get rings out of it, and to a point... Some of the rewards are not even worth it, but it's something to just be like, oh yeah, I'll go do that, I guess. Whereas here, it's just play it. I like feeling like I have something that I'm working towards. And this kind of lacks that. Which is odd, because mobile games are typically very good about that. But again, they typically make events that are like, it's live for the next 30 days, and you're gonna have to play like 27 or 28 days if you want everything, so good luck. What the fuck was that? Please home in on the fucking head. God damn it! What are you doing? Okay. That fucking head. Oh my god. That one's another good example of, like, it's so frantic, and it feels like you need the homing attack to behave, and it doesn't behave. Yeah, I think one more in the battle pass is gonna be done. So I still am going to aim to do more of this tomorrow because of that boss fight being open. I think that'll be another good 3 or 4 hours. Unless the boss fight sucks. I don't know which one it is. And then there'll probably be something else after. Or maybe I'll flip it and do something else first, and then move to this after. I don't know. I guess that's a better idea than doing it first, and then potentially switching away when people are trying to get their drops, which I'll feel bad about. Oh, give me the meringues. Why did I do that? Just definitive speeding to get to a red light. Going. And that's why you be patient. How many people beat me to the ramp, but I still beat them to the finish line? So maybe we'll start with some of the retro achievement, like random stuff tomorrow, and then we'll do like Sonic 2 and Knuckles or something, and then after that do more Rumble. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll just fucking play this all night. Oh. Wow, that was surprisingly... Did I just get ahead of the pack and everyone up here was like, we'll play nice? But, like, back there, everyone was eating each other alive? Yeah, I don't know if Alexander's still here, but you asked if I was using a controller, and I didn't realize at the time that it is still showing the on-screen things as if I'm using the touchscreen, but no, I am using a controller. I don't know why it doesn't turn those off. I think it's supposed to, but for whatever reason, it just isn't. I could, like, make them all smaller and move them to the side so they're out of the way. I just haven't made the effort. I actually didn't think they were that distracting. I've forgotten they're there, so I've been like, don't worry about it. Come on, dude. I need you to not do that. Fuck. I don't know if that necessarily would have won it, but, like, I needed that to hit someone. I hate being taken out of the race because the game doesn't work. Like, that makes me so salty. Like, taken out of the race because I fucked up. It's like, I can live with that. Alright, that's done. Ooh. Are there any other of these that I could, like... Oh, there is one for playing in Party Rumble mode. I guess I could do that. I don't know why I haven't gotten credit for linking your account by going into settings. I've linked it to my Sega account and my Twitch account now, and it just didn't trigger. Yeah, fuck it. I guess there's a thing that I could do. So these are just one matches. It's kind of hard to tell how many runs this is gonna take, but we'll fuck it. We'll run a couple. Rewards are rewards. Oh, are these different modes? Oh. Oh, I thought this was the same thing. It was just only one race. I guess there's only 8 of us as well? Okay, interesting. clear? Did I win?
Oh, it's a gold one. Oh, so many.
Dude, I killed it. Okay, cool. Three times. Rings are rings, baby. I mean, a year is a lot of time to figure things out, as long as you make an effort to figure things out. Don't just sit on it and expect, oh, I'll figure it out later, or everything will be fine. Especially for something that big. Not trying to make you freak out about it either, but, like, you know, everything will be fine if you are proactive about it. I don't know what the clear means. Are we not, like, competing? Like, is it just make sure to get this score and you're good to go? I don't really understand this mode. Or do you just get extra points for the clear? I don't know. Oh, so, like, she won't make up her mind on it? Yeah, that can be frustrating. Because then it feels like your life is in someone else's hands, which isn't a great feeling. Okay. I have a feeling I'm gonna hate this one. I don't know what... Okay. They're on X and Y. I was like, I don't know where those are on my controller. So this is just a fucking brawl, I guess? I mean, I cleared it already, so... I guess that's fine.
do. I feel like this mode is a good indicator of where you're at score-wise, score multiplier-wise, since you can actually see that meter of how close you are to the next rank. 5 times. Messaging you all day like she misses you because you went to mom's house there, so you didn't respect. Is she? I don't mean this to be offensive. Is she bipolar? Because it's crazy, like, it's crazy how much your relationship with her pivots back and forth to the extremes. There's some days where you're like, she's the best sister ever, and other days where it's like, oh yeah, she's kicking me out, she sucks. It's like... I didn't want that one anyway. Joke's on you. Yo, first try. Yo! But again, that can be frustrating to be like... not have more reliability, I guess, and consistency. Especially with something like someone you live with. I mean, these are nice and quick, at least. I kind of wish the leaderboards were up right now, because I think that alone would help me to feel like I'm still progressing towards something, because I'm climbing the leaderboards, but they just don't have them this week, I guess. Maybe it's 1 week on, 1 week off. Oh, this looks terrible. I'm gonna hate this. Do 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 do. Oh, you have 3 lives. Okay, that helps. And everyone else is really bad at it, because they're probably playing on mobile. And controlling this on a virtual controller is probably abysmal. I mean, I know it is, but I mean this, like, specific minigame is probably terrible. I think the other player is the only one that... Extra life? He pushed me off, you bitch. But I don't think it did matter. He had 8 lives? Apparently you can find a lot of lives. Ten times. I was kind of hoping I'd get more than rings from this, but
Do I have any of those cooking? Nope. Not right now. Alright. I think we're at the point of the night where I have to question, like, what do I want to do? Do I want to keep grinding away at this, or potentially save to, like, I'll be able to do more of these tomorrow? I think I should pivot and do something else. I guess I feel a little bad for anyone who's trying to get their drops. Nah, you know what? I'll hang in there. I'll hang in there. I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a longer break and get a little something to eat, though. But I will still try to not be too long. And then I'll play for a little bit long. If anything, I might just not go for 6 hours tonight. I might aim for 5, and then be satisfied with that. Especially if... How are we looking on, like, who else is live playing this? There's 2 people streaming this game right now, and I'm one of them. So I feel like I almost have a responsibility to keep going, you know? And unfortunately, the other one, as I mentioned, that is the one that doesn't speak English, which is, again, fine, but I wouldn't... I guess I could still send people over there for drops. It's just, we can't communicate or interact at all. Anyway. Ads are going to play shortly. I'm going to get something to eat while that happens, and we will play a little bit more. Maybe about an hour. Should have checked back sooner. I had a hunch that was gonna just idle closed eventually, so my bad. Okay. Do I need anything else? We should be good. We should be good. If anything, I might hop up and grab a drink. Hopefully that wasn't sitting in silence for too long. I apologize. My roommates told me that I talk in my sleep, but apparently it's completely incoherent. Disagree? Disagree? Okay. The hitboxes are generous, I understand. That's not great. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I left the cursor on screen. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, what is that? I think I had one too. Just keep on moving ahead. Seeing what you can see. Take my lead and set me. Follow me. Set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. Fuck ass. Well, not doing great on this one. I'm gonna say it. Do 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 do. Yeah, what is that console? Is that... It has to be a Master System. That's not a Genesis. Yes, that's a Master System. That is a Master System. I've never seen a Master System before. Neat. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. The problem with, and I've had this issue before. The problem with taking an extended snack break during a stream is like that was enough to fuel the hunger to make me realize I'm hungry. Does that make sense? So now I'm still hungry because I didn't have enough to have a meal. So now I'm like eyeing up this like can of chips and shit, and I'm like, I shouldn't do that. I just had a healthy snack. I shouldn't be fucking washing it down with potato chips. But I'm hungry, so it can't be helped. Oh my god. Like, every one of those jumps was a double jump somehow, which doesn't even make sense. How does that happen? That's horrible. I don't think I knew those hurt you. I thought they just bumped you away. Well. I did it. I'm gonna try to go for an hour, but my allergies are kind of freaking out, so I will try my best. I don't know what the difference, but I'm obviously not a professional. I would probably say it's autism, not ADHD, but I also don't know what the difference is when it comes down to it. Because I know that it's a common misconception that... So, like, when I was, like, in high school, I think that's when ADD started becoming... Oh, I don't even know what the difference between ADD and ADHD is. I don't know if that's just a reclassification. I have no idea. But when I was in school, that's when ADD started becoming such a thing. And it was perhaps oversimplified as, oh, they have trouble paying attention. Like, they have a short attention span. But I think it's more complicated than that. Because sometimes they can have a large attention span, but it's for things that they probably shouldn't be focusing on. Which now is going to be the part where I start questioning, gee, maybe I have it. Because it's like, you know, the fact that I was able to focus hundreds of hours every week on playing a World of Warcraft when I probably shouldn't have done that. That was easy for me to hold my attention, but then other things were struggling to hold my attention. And I think that's just ADHD. It's just, I think it was oversimplified for many years to just be like, oh, they can't pay attention. They have trouble paying attention. And I don't think that's quite it. I think it's more specifically they can't pay attention because they'd rather pay attention to something else. But again, I could be wrong on that, too. And again, I don't know what the difference between that and autism is. Autism is typically fixating, which is... What's the difference? What's the difference between... I can't focus on the thing I should focus on because I'd rather be focusing on this and just fixating on that thing? Isn't that kind of the same thing? In both cases, they can't really help it. I also find autism to be fascinating because once you start looking at the symptoms of autism, I feel like you start seeing it in everyone. I feel like, I mean, and it is a spectrum, and maybe that's part of it, but once I started looking into it in a question of asking, am I autistic? I started seeing things where I was like, I know so many people who act like that, but I don't think everyone I know is autistic. So it's like, I don't know where the line is. And I guess a lot of it, the line is just, right, this isn't the one where we attack, we're just surviving. I guess the line is, does it get in the way of you functioning as a person? I guess that's the difference between do you have it or don't you? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, there was nothing I could do there. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, chunky audio. I did it. So if you survive the whole time, it must come down to how many lives you have. We won't stay on this topic for too long, but ADHD and autism are distinct neurodevelopmental conditions. ADHD primarily involves trouble with attention, hyperactivity, and impulse control. Autism mainly affects social communication, sensory processing, and a need for predictable routines. However, they share many overlapping traits, frequently occur together. And that's where the professionals come into play, so that they can actually tell you which is which. And I mean, to do the thing that you should never do, to be clear, and self-diagnose, I can sometimes have trouble with attention, again, in that angle of, I should be focusing on this, but I would rather focus on this. And especially if it's a long-term kind of thing. If it's short-term, I can just be like, just get off your fucking ass and do the fucking dishes, and then you can do what you want to do after that. That's not, I can handle that. I like, if it's it'll take 15 to 20 minutes, and then you're done and you can move on. That I can handle. If it's something where it's like, this is going to take multiple hours when I would rather be doing other things, that's where I have a hard time with it. Hyperactivity and impulse control, I would not say I have an issue with that. If anything, I have an issue with the opposite of hyperactivity, where it's just lack of energy a lot of the times. And impulse control? No. I mean, when I hear that, I think saying shit that you shouldn't say out loud without thinking. If anything, I overthink things. Social communication, kind of. Like, I have an issue with small talk for sure. I think once you get me on a subject I actually care about, and I can see that you care about it, you're gonna have a hard time shutting me up. But small talk I find to be such a waste of fucking time. So I don't know if that counts. Sensory processing, I don't really have issues with that. And in fact, I would say I don't. Need for predictable routines, that's definitely a thing. That's definitely a big thing. I like my routine, I like my comfort zone, I don't like when anything gets in the way of it. Which has been a very double-edged sword lately. And by lately, I mean over the past, like, year. Because I start streaming way too late. And I would like to change that. But changing that is incredibly difficult. Because even if it's a routine I don't necessarily like, it is a routine I've kept up for several years. So it's like, changing it is very difficult. Especially when it involves waking up. Because it should be as simple as just set your alarm earlier and get up for it. But I do that, and it's just too easy to be like, I'm just gonna go back to sleep. I don't want to get up. Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfucker, you. I thought I had that completely under control. Good example of latency, because on my screen, I was ahead of her, wasn't I? Not by much. But according to that, she was like... I mean, I guess that was still only 0.2 seconds ahead of me, which isn't much. But I don't think... On my screen, it looked like she was 0.2 behind me. Okay, was that 10? Methinks. Give me them rings. Aw, man. It's gone already. I wonder if there's anyone who's done all of these achievements. All of these, like, play as this certain character. 25, however many times. 250 times? That's just for silver. So it probably goes to at least gold, which is probably 500, maybe even 1,000. Wonder if anyone's done all of those. I never will. And you know why? Right there. Right there. You see it. Right in the middle. I'm not playing as Jet once, let alone hundreds of times. It's not happening. If it capped out at, like, 25, I'd be like, ah, okay. I'll do it just to do the achievement, but I would have to play more matches as him than I've played total. And that's where I'm like, nah. Also, I didn't have to keep doing this, but... I won Lord, apparently. That's a fucking Care Bear. Hold on. What the fuck? What? That's a whole ass Care Bear. Get absolutely clapped. I just got Care Bear stared. What the fuck? Oh! You're fucked now. See, the roughhousing's fun in this case because it's the whole point. This I can get behind. It's gonna get old after a while, but I can get behind it. Is there a Care Bear collaborate? Do you need me to answer that? It's right there. No, they didn't collaborate with it. They just put it in without consent. Yes, there was a collaboration. That avatar is giving me the look. I don't like it. What? When was the last time the Care Bears have been relevant? What made them say, Care Bears, we need Care Bears? That's even more off the wall than Smurfs. That's... There are no words. What the fuck could I have possibly finished while doing all of this? Oh, I have more currency. That makes sense. Oh, there's so many choices. I do like Starlight Carnival. Now I'm wondering what other fucking collabs they've had that make little to no sense. We're gonna check. Oh, excuse me. I think I swallowed a piece of dust. That's right. That's right. Popeye was the thing. That's another. When was Popeye last relevant? I did see a Popeye yesterday. Altered Beast. That must have been that werewolf I saw earlier. I don't want to look through an entire list of characters because there's going to be 72 Sonic skins. That's going to be just inefficient. And even then, what counts as a collab, I guess? Like, was there a map for them? Or... Because there was a Smurf map, and there was a Godzilla map. Is there a Popeye and Care Bears map, too? It's just such a random grouping of characters. Again, when was the last time the Care Bears were relevant? Like, there hasn't been, like, a new cartoon or, like, a live-action movie or some shit lately, has there? Same with Popeye. I'm gonna not choose Chaos, because it's probably gonna get me killed. Well, I'm now putting Care Bears into my search history. That's a thing. There was a TV series for Care Bears in 2019, and it is tied in with a new toy line. I mean, even that is long ago. Like, it's not, but... Oh! TV show was running until 2024. Okay. That's a little bit more present day. That makes sense. It's still... Is it owned by Paramount? Is that the joke here? I thought Care Bears were owned by Disney. For some reason. I don't even know who owns them. Owned by Cloudco Entertainment, the Authentic Brands Group reached a definitive agreement to acquire the intellectual property. Why? Why? Why was that, like... I guess I don't know how collabs happen, but it's just... Usually they make some sense. You can find something that makes you go, oh, I get it. I get why they did that. Like, the realization that almost all of the crossover properties in Crossworlds that aren't other video games are owned by Paramount, so it was probably easy to negotiate. I don't know who owns Godzilla or Evangelion on that. Okay. Don't mind if I do. Boing. Why would I want speed shoes here? Why do you delight in torturing me? Okay. Okay, fucko. Alright. Why did that not hit anyone? I hate everything. Whatever. Who owns Popeye? Not Popeyes. Popeye, the Sailor Man. King Features Syndicate, a unit of Hearst Entertainment. In a world where it feels like all companies are owned by the same 3 companies, it's crazy to to find out that there are companies out there that just own like one thing. Like that's their thing. Is they're like, we own Popeyes. I'm pretty sure they own other things too, but. Why is the the Popeye Wikipedia is named Popeye the Sailorpedia? And I love that. And I love that. It doesn't look like anything has been done with Popeye, like, recently at all. This is one of those things that I like Google's AI overview for, because I can just ask, like, what is the most recent Popeye media? Well, that's not the answer I expected. I mean, I believe you. Most recent Popeye media release is Popeye the Slayer Man, an indie horror slasher film released on March 21st, 2025. I believe you. That's not even that unhinged, but that's not quite what I'm looking for. It looks like there are Popeye comics that exist. It's still like, what made them say that's what we, Sega, need to collaborate with? Like, that's what we need. What, like, you want to know who owns Clifford? Wasn't there just a live-action movie a couple of years ago? No, not who owns the dog. Who owns the property? Google, you idiotic... Oh my god. Now this is why the AI overview sucks. Joint owned by Scholastic, that makes sense, and the, Norman Bridwell, Massachusetts Marital Trust, the estate of the late creator. That makes sense. So it has not been absorbed by one of the three companies that own everything. Yet. It's crazy to me that, like, how old is that property? Is there, like, actually a chance that it's crazy to think that there are properties that could enter the public domain before one of the big three companies owns them. You know what I mean? That they've avoided being purchased by Disney and Warner Brothers and Paramount. Like, they've avoided that for long enough to become public domain. That's wild. Yeah, it's not like there's a hit Popeye mobile game and that's what they're crossing over with, you know? Like, that would kind of make sense. Like, oh, they just made a Care Bear Candy Crush. Like, oh, okay. That checks out. Ow. Oh, no, they should put Clifford in this? I mean, that's on brand for this game, for sure. Fuck off. I feel like Crossworlds, that would be, like, a little unhinged, but that's, like, that sounds about right for this game. That was not worth it. I thought I'd get more than 5 rings. Blah. Whee! Whee! And you know, it's interesting that, like, I think this kind of backs up what I was saying yesterday about how I think a lot of people don't really care about the crossovers as much anymore. You don't see a lot of people, like, coming up with just wild ideas for they should put this character in Crossworlds. I do think you mostly see people saying, like, we want to see Sega characters, we want to see Sonic characters. They suggest stuff that makes sense. Or at least other video game properties. But even then, I feel like they're often, like, other Sega properties, too. The one I've seen people saying a lot, which I think would actually work pretty well, is My Little Pony. Like, yeah, sure, that would be cute. And they're making a new TV show, I think. I think I've been seeing some stuff about that, so... Marketing. I wouldn't be mad about that. Oh, the lag got me killed, man. I should really be watching my phone, not TV. Whee! Yeah, for Crossword. It's not like Smash Brothers, where everyone's like, they should put Shrek and SpongeBob and Baldi's Basics in Smash Brothers. Like, you don't see that shit for Crossworlds, where people are like, they should put Aaron Esurance in it. Like, you just don't see weird, unhinged, like, that doesn't make any sense. You just see people saying, like, you put fucking Rystar in it, I dare you. Like, you see people asking for Sega properties and Sonic characters instead of the protagonist from My Hero Academia. Like, there's some rhyme or reason to it. Whereas I feel like Smash Brothers in particular was very... What's the most unhinged and nonsensical thing we can think of to say they should add? And then we're just gonna say that. He was almost a god. He almost had the sight. I shouldn't have trusted to just go straight. I should have known that wasn't gonna work. What would make you nothing would make you consider stop playing. Let's just be real. That would never happen. But what are you saying would make you consider it? I hate this game. My Little Pony would make you stop playing? Why? That'd be cute. Everything is a step up after fucking Minecraft, man. It only gets better from there. And fucking Dude Bro from Crazy Taxi. What in the lag ass was that? Well, this was a disaster. I got kind of bullied. I'm trying to think if there's anything that they could put in Crossworlds that I would just say, like, fuck that. I'm done. Like, that would just be crossing a line. They already have Steve. Like, they already have fucking Minecraft. Because I guess that's, like... I don't know if it's confirmed, but we can probably assume that Season 2 is going to be another 6 characters, right? And it's probably going to be 3 completely off-the-wall characters, and then 3 characters that are from video games. That makes sense. Because that's what this one was. And we already know what 2 completely off-the-wall ones are. Makes me wonder what the actual video game properties are going to be. I don't even know what I would want to see. Pac-Man was a pretty stupid one, too. Honestly. I respect Pac-Man's place in history, but beyond that, fuck Pac-Man. As much grief as people give Sonic for, like, not modernizing well, I think Pac-Man has modernized even worse. Why? Why? Why were you still locked onto that one? Well, okay. I had iframes, it's fine. It would be a good pull for like game character. Put Shovel Knight in it. Put like an indie hit like Shovel Knight or Mina the Hollower or Shantae in it. That would be a cool pick. That would make me go, oh, that's cool. Or like Madeline from Celeste. Or fucking Jane Silksong herself. Put Hornet in it. That'd be neat. Doing. Bring Banjo-Kazooie back. That would be cool. They'll never do that, but it would be cool. I don't know. I feel like even Mega Man was extremely unlikely, and it's kind of crazy that that happened. So I guess Banjo's not completely out of left field. I guess that might be an issue with... They're probably not going to get anyone that... Well, I don't know, because like, they had Minecraft. I was going to say they're not going to get anyone that is like a Nintendo or a Sony or a Microsoft brand. Because of licensing with putting them on other platforms. But they already have Minecraft. I feel like Nintendo and Sony still wouldn't play ball, but I feel like Microsoft is the most likely to actually play ball. Is that the king from Secret Rings? Next to, I think, Tribal Amy from Prime. I'd say we should watch Sonic Prime, like, on Discord at some point, but it's so long. Like, I overall enjoyed it, but isn't it, like, 4 seasons? It might be 3. But they're, like, long seasons, too. Like, it is long-winded. Stolen. Fuck ah. Drop me to 4th. Sucks. Put Jay-Z. See, that's the dumbass shit I'm talking about. That's the Smash Brothers level shit. Thank you for the demonstration. I am almost certain if I put it into Google right now, I could find a mock-up of Snoop Dogg joins the brawl. I would almost guarantee it exists. They could put Danica Patrick in it again. That's a thing that existed. What about Scott Pilgrim? That'd be a cool ad. Especially with the anime had like so many Sonic references. Why? Meanwhile, what we're actually... Like, the third off-the-wall property is gonna be, like, fucking Cabbage Patch Kids or some shit. Or Gumby. like one of those properties that you haven't thought about in 30 years, and if you're not that old, then you don't even know what it is. It's gonna be one of those. Should have gone right. Should have done it. I should have gone right. Trusting my instinct and it's letting me down. Oh my god. Nope, go right. Fuck ass. Okay. Cool. Oh, that was a big one. Oh, it was so many points, it was laggy. Am I in 5th? I thought I did pretty well. You tried watching Gumby with your sister a year ago? Is there like a new Gumby and I just don't know that? Gumby's from like the fucking 70s or something. What streaming service is that even fucking on? Okay, Google. I don't know if I would consider Gumby to be a cartoon character. I guess claymation character isn't really a thing that we call things. I mean, it's more cartoon than live action, I guess. Sort of. It is animated, I'll give you that. I don't like it here. Oh! Okay, that can happen. Oh! I have many regrets? Oh, there was a spring there, apparently. Oh, okay. Why did that? He was fucking right. You missed! How did you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you. The homing attack is just that line from Mulan, over and over and over again. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll take those. There are new Gumby series in production right now. That's relevance. Give him a fucking... Oh shit, what was the name of the horse? Give him a car shaped like the horse. Pokey? Am I crazy? Where the fuck am I summoning that knowledge from? If that's what it is, holy shit, his name is fucking Pokey. How the fuck did I remember that? Where did that come from? Dude, memory is such a weird fucking thing. I've looked through Discord chat history at things I've said a year ago and gone, that's a completely different person. That's not me anymore. And yet I can remember the name of the fucking horse from Gumby, of which I probably haven't seen since I was 10 years old. Probably younger than that. Anyway, I'm surprised you got bored watching Gumby, because that shit's horrifying. Like, it's something else. There's a Gumby game in '05? No, there wasn't. Shut up. Why? Is it on Retro Achievements? Celebrated its 50th anniversary in 2005 with major milestones including the release of the video game Gumby vs. the Astrobots for the Game Boy Advance on August 1st, 2005. Sony ripped off Gumby? Astrobot's not even original? I wonder if it's any good. What if it's a better game than Astrobot? I have nothing against Astrobot. I just think it would be funny. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right, fuck it. Like, put Gumby in Crossworlds. That'd be crazy. No, I think they should put Gumby in this game. I think that would be a little bit more on brand. Ah. 50th anniversary in '05, so it was from the 60s. I said 70s, but it was even further back than that. Got jump scared by that capsule. Boing! Whee! I like going fast. I wish these let you go fast more often. Because it is fun. Bing doon! What about put Wile E. Coyote in it? He'd make a great racer. That would be crazy. And give him like an Acme rocket hoverboard. Dude, I'm cooking. Hold on. And that movie's about to come out, so I mean by the time they actually put it in the game, it would not be relevant anymore, but how many ideas have I just come up with in the past hour that's better than Minecraft, Steve? Be honest. He got blasted. That was sick. Lily Bunny, how's it going? Welcome in. Whack to you too. Do 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 do. You bitch! You interrupted my vibe. She did it again. Why are they faster than me? What allows that to happen? That's not the first time I've noticed that tonight. It's probably some dumbass ability that just gives you a speed boost or something. Oh, where the fuck did you even come from? Get out of here. I don't like this one very much. Why would you do that? You saw he had a shield, dumbass. Okay. What? The fuck even hit me? That count. This is another one that's like, it's too frantic for how not great the netcode is. Like, there's a number of things that were happening here that were just kind of like, that's not what my eyes told me was going to happen. And unfortunately, like, I say netcode, but, like, there's only so much they can do, right? They just... It's a mobile game. They gotta deal with fucking little Timmy playing at... Not even in a McDonald's using their Wi-Fi. He's probably, like, across the street from the McDonald's using their Wi-Fi. And there's just no accounting for that. It's just the way it is. Gimme. It's only 100. I can't do much with that, but... Well, now I'm glad that I was going to cut off at 5 hours and just kept playing because I was having a good time and ranting about dumb shit. So I'm glad that I kept going because now I'm assuming you're looking for drops. And now you can get them. Well, some of them, because I probably won't be live for another 2 hours. In fact, I know I won't be. I'm reaching my limit. It makes me sad that this game looks better on my phone than on my computer. Like, it's depressing. And it really shouldn't. My computer, like, realistically isn't that old. I think just some wires got crossed with the video drivers or something, and they're just fucking cooked. Can I just wait? Sure can. I wouldn't say it helped me that much, but... Well... It's fine, I guess. Okay. Oh! Everything looks better on phone? Not true. Speed Simulator absolutely looks better on console. I don't know what else I can even draw a comparison on there. Because I just avoid playing on mobile at all cost, if I can. And to be fair, it's been several months and several updates since I've played this on PC. Maybe they've done some optimizations and it runs a little smoother now. it did reach a point where it was starting to, like, make my computer crash, so that's kind of why I stopped playing it entirely. But maybe they fixed that. And it's kind of a mix. I feel like if it was still... If I was playing it on PC, it might look a little bit better for you guys. Because the Bluetooth capture isn't magnificent. It's better than I expected. But if I had a direct feed capture of my phone, it would look even better. Which, that reminds me.
That is not what I'm looking for, Google.
No, not to... Oh my god. So I'm trying to ask Google if there's a way to do what I'm doing here, but for an iPad, so that I can play Dream Team and stream it. And it's just getting it wrong every way. Like, I think it's now thinking that I'm trying to ask if I could use the iPad to stream and capture video to the iPad. And they're like, no, you can't do that. And it's like, yeah, I kind of figured that out. Like, that kind of goes without saying. Oh god, it's chunky. No, it was important to me. That's pretty sick. Oh. Come on, you couldn't have locked on to anyone? What is happening? I needed that. That's not true, Google. You cannot capture or mirror an iPad screen to PC using Bluetooth. Bluetooth lacks the high bandwidth required for real-time video streaming. I'm doing it right now, as we speak. Unless this isn't using Bluetooth. I assume it is. Maybe it's doing it over Wi-Fi. Okay, so how do I do it across Wi-Fi? Oh! Okay, that can happen. Could you have some sort of visual tell for when you're under it so that doesn't happen? Or was there a shadow for it and I just wasn't paying attention? I'm helping. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? I mean, hey, that put me ahead, so I'll take that. A Wi-Fi AirPlay software. Install an AirPlay receiver app on your PC, such as AirDroid, Cast, or Reflector. Connect both devices to the same Wi-Fi network and use screen mirroring from your iPad's control center. Oh, maybe that is what I'm doing right now. I didn't question how this app works. My computer just had an app that was like, you can connect to your phone and then you can access all your phone shit on your computer. And I was like, that's sick. And then at first it didn't have audio, which sucked, so it wasn't useful, but now it does. So, and it also used to be like 5 FPS, and that's better now. I'm gonna have to keep looking into that, because that might be what I'm looking for Dream Team. I thought I was gonna have to get an adapter, like a USB HDMI adapter to do it, which probably wouldn't have been that expensive, but something about spending money on something that I'm going to use once was just kind of like, I'd rather not. And the nice thing about that is it sounds like, so I don't have an iPad. I'm going to have to use my roommate's. And it sounds like I don't have to install anything on their iPad, which is nice. It like I'll install it all on the computer. It was either that or get. I guess most people who play Dream Team, like speedrunners, have Apple TVs, which I did look into, but it was like they're like $200 at least. Unless they're refurbished, which they're like 150, and I was like, do I really want to spend that much to play one Sonic game? Even if it is apparently pretty good. Oh, right, this is the one where you just go until there's enough eliminations. You don't have to run faster than the bear, you just have to run faster than your friend. Man, every time I'm like, I think I'm gonna be done playing soon, I look at the view count and I'm like, oh, it's higher than it was than I last looked. Now I feel bad stopping because we get a win-win scenario of you get your drops, I get viewership boost. Everyone happy. And then there's also the bonus chance of, hey, does anyone want to talk about Sonic? I like Sonic games. You probably like Sonic games if you want your drops. I'm trying to play through every Sonic game that I can get my hands on, as per evidenced by my trying to figure out how the fuck am I going to stream from an iPad. How crazy is it that that seems more reasonable than getting something that can play 2006? That's kind of wacky. Ugh. Well, I guess it's only plausible because my roommate has an iPad. That's kind of the winning combination there. Of like, oh, I can do it. Whee. Who wants it? Motherfucker! No! No! Oh! Everything's fine. Ooh la la. Dude, where's ooh la la? They should put ooh la la in fucking Crossworlds. How are we still missing, like, ooh la la and Alex Kidd? And there was another one that we were just talking about the other day for Sega crossovers where I was like, man, why are they not in it yet? I mean, Sambo was, or Amigo was one for a while there, but now he is on his way, so. You spent more on this game than you want to admit? Time or money, or both. It is very fun. I have some gripes. I wish there was a console release. Shut up. I'm not joining a crew. Let me be a fucking loner. Shut up. I wish there was a console release. I wish... I'm a very goal-oriented gamer, so I wish it had a thing of just renewable missions that were just, like, collect 1,000 rings, that make it to the finals 10 times, a homing attack this many enemies. Just random stuff, and then you just get, like, 1,000 rings or something. Because that would keep me going endlessly, probably. Maybe not, but... But I often get the feeling of, like, there's no point in playing right now until the boss goes live this weekend, and then there's a point to play again. Which is kind of like, that's not really a good feeling. Especially when you want to play it. But it is very cute and cozy and nice. And comfy. I like it a lot. I really wish there was a console release. Not only for my own sake, because it would be easier to play and stream, but I also think more people would play it. I think this would go crazy if it was on Switch. Fuck off. I feel like it would do less well on on Xbox and PlayStation, but that's probably easier to port, I guess, question mark? Xbox especially, I'm under the impression that porting games on PC to Xbox is, like, pretty brainless. About 100 hours of playing. I don't know how long I've played it. Probably not that much. But probably more than most people. I'd have to boot up Steam to see how many hours I have over there, and I don't feel like doing that because my computer's old, and it's probably going to choke and sputter if I try to do that. I think Speed Simulator is the one that I've now spent an uncomfortable amount of time on. Especially since I've spent time, like, letting it play itself idly. I probably have hundreds of hours on that game pretty easily. And unfortunately, as far as the Xbox is concerned, it's all time spent playing Roblox. Because they can't tell the difference. That was spooky. Doing. Hooray! Yeah, I had never played Roblox before installing it and making an account just to play Sonic Speed Simulator. And I will probably never play any other game in there, because I've done a little bit of research to find out is there anything else that a 40-year-old man would actually enjoy playing in Roblox, and it all looks like ass. I forgot that's what we were doing. But that's okay, because Speed Simulator is very fun, and it makes me happy. It's kind of a good example of what I'm talking about. They just kind of give you... Just walk this distance. Go get some rings. Go pick this other thing up. Go beat some badniks. And I'm just like, okay, I'll play for 2 hours. Say less. Doesn't take much to convince me to play it. Oh! I don't know if that hit me. No. I wanted it. Oh! Oh, I didn't know I had a thing. Fuck that guy especially. I got another thing. No! What is happening? Oh my god. I outright couldn't move for a second there. I was so locked on bumpers that they were just like, nah, fuck you, man. There's not enough time. I need more time. I guess fifth will have to do. You know what? We got 4 wins tonight. I'm okay if I don't get more than that. I'm happy with 4. We got 3 yesterday. I guess I'll just have to keep it going and get 5 tomorrow. Am I getting any of these? Nope. Okay, fine. Am I getting any of these? Nope. Okay, fine. Those levels get kind of grindy, huh? We'll finish that tomorrow if we don't finish it tonight. That's fine. What is your Sonic experience outside of Rumble? I wonder if there's anyone that this is like their first Sonic game. There has to be, right? Something I find so fascinating about Sonic is that it's so... There's so many games on so many platforms, and so many forms of media on so many platforms that, like, the fact that the fans can come from anywhere. Like, there could be Sonic fans that haven't played any of the games. And that's cool. I'm never ready to homing attack those. I'm just on my own over here. And I am okay with that. I'm playing them since the Genesis day. Ah! You are old, just like me. It is always good to meet a fellow oldie. 41. I'll be 41 in about 2 months. 2 months and 2 weeks-ish. Somewhere around there. I don't know if I'm proud of that or not. The fact that I can say, like, my first exposure to Sonic was my cousin had a Genesis and he had Sonic 1. And I was like, yo, look at this! Look at the blast processing, it's so cool! Actually, I don't know if that's true. I had a cousin that had a Game Gear and they had Sonic 2. I think I may have seen that first. I think that might have been my first exposure. And I say that because I got a Game Gear before I got a Genesis. I feel like if I had seen the Genesis first, I would have potentially asked my parents for that first. Howie. Because I think I had a Game Gear, and I had basically every Sonic game on the Game Gear, except for, like, 2 of them. And one of them was Spinball, so it doesn't count. And I think that was before I ever even had the Genesis. I got the Genesis when Sonic and Knuckles came out, specifically. These years do but go by too fast. You're not wrong. I think about that every year because for some reason it always feels like for me it feels like January goes really slowly and then the rest of the year just burns by. Although this summer has been pretty slow because it's been so hot and humid that the days have felt kind of like a slog. Yeah, I think I probably got the Game Gear for Christmas. I don't even remember if I asked for that, or if it was just... my parents figured out that I only ever wanted to go to my cousin's house because I could ask to play their Game Gear. So they were like, we're on the road all the time anyway, so let's just get him one and he can play that in the car, and we'll spend a fortune on AA batteries. Actually, I had a car adapter for it, so I didn't even have to worry about the batteries. That's why I always think it's weird when people say things now about, like, oh, my batteries are dead. Like, oh, I have to stop playing Mario Kart for a bit because I have to charge my Switch. You can play it while it's charging. I played the Game Gear, like, exclusively while it was plugged into a wall or into the car outlet. I just wanted it that badly. Like, there was no waiting for new I guess we didn't even have rechargeables, really, yet, but... Fuck, abort. No! And then, yeah, we had, before that, it was all home computers that we had. Like, we were kind of early adopters for home computers. And we even... I remember when the internet came out, which, boy, does that make me feel old. I remember when the internet became a thing. And my dad plugged the computer into the wall, and it went... And I was like, oh, well, this is a thing. And then I started reading about the other Sonic games, and I was like, I need this shit. Oh, we have stuff, because the day ticked over. You'd love to see it. Nolix, how's it going? Welcome in. By the way. Good to have you. Unfortunately, don't think I'm going to be going too much longer. Probably like 20 minutes. But it is good to have you all the same. And then, yeah, I remember begging for a Genesis, and I got it for Christmas one year. And it was like the bundle that had Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. And Sega Channel. Which a lot of people I still talk to today are like, I can't believe you had Sega Channel. And that is how I got introduced to Mega Man. Which led to me getting a Game Boy, because I wanted the Mega Man games. Why did I want the Game Boy over the NES? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. It was probably an easier pitch to make to my parents. Was probably it. And then I never got a Dreamcast. I never got a Saturn. Not to make it sound like a downer in any way, but you know, parents got divorced, so money was tight. And it became more difficult to ask for stuff like that. And then I got old enough to just buy that stuff myself, and Sega wasn't making consoles anymore. And I also just upgraded? That's not the right word, but I moved on to like high school, met other people that actually liked video games and weren't ashamed of it. In grade school, it was very like people played video games, but they were always like shy, not shy about it. Like if you tried to talk to them about video games, they'd be very like, "What are you doing? We're not supposed to talk about this," and it sucked. But then I got to middle school, technically. I actually met other gamers, but they were all Nintendo. Well, not all Nintendo fans. Some were Nintendo fans, some were PlayStation fans. But that's when I got on the Nintendo bandwagon, got an N64. Got a GameCube, caught up on Adventure 2 Adventure, and was like, this is great. Played Sonic Heroes, fucking hated it. I was like, this game sucks. I heard 06 was even worse. I rented Shadow, got bored, and returned it early. And then heard 06 was awful, and then I didn't play another Sonic game until Generations was announced. And I was like, okay, this looks pretty cool. I should probably revisit the other games. So I gameflied 06 and Unleashed and Colors. And then I was like, fuck off. The delay on that was crazy. And then it was just kind of... I was cool with Sonic again, but I wasn't, like, crazy about it. That was kind of peak, I have my own money and can afford video games, so I was just enjoying lots of different things. That's not the one I was pointing at. You motherfuck. Oh my god. It wasn't until Frontiers and then later Crossworlds where I was like, I think Sonic is my favorite video game franchise. Again. Like, they kind of brought it back, and I was like, holy shit, I love Sonic games. I guess it was that, and, like, the movies started to come out, and Crossworlds pushed me to get the comics, to start reading those, and really liked them. All of that kind of came together to, I'm gonna try to play every Sonic game that I can get my hands on. And now here we are, 61 games deep. Yeah, that middle era was rough. Adventure and Adventure 2 were still, like, fun. They weren't good, but they were fun. Although I think a lot of what made them fun was the Chow Garden, and that might have been what made Heroes so disappointing, is the fact that it didn't have a Chow Garden. So it was not only, like, jankier, and just, like, overall not as good, but then they also didn't have the Chow Garden. And then, yeah, I want to say I rented Shadow. I probably beat it once, and then got bored on the second playthrough, and went, nah, I've seen enough. Fucking camera. I didn't know it was there. And then, yeah, I heard 06 was abysmal. And then I had a friend that had a, whatever the fuck you call it, jailbroken Xbox. And he had this big ol' CD binder with he just made a hobby out of, I'm gonna download and burn every single game for the Xbox. Which was, I always thought was funny, and I still think is funny, because he didn't play any of them. He just liked collecting them. It was odd. But I tried Unleashed, and since I'd never played any Xbox game at all, the QuickTime events completely fucked me, and I was like, I'm not into this. I liked the daytime stages, but out of the first 5 stages in the game, only one of them was daytime, so I was kind of like, that was cool. Can I play more of that? No? More Werehog? Okay. And then when I did play it, I played it on PlayStation, which I knew its controller, like, a little bit better. So I was actually able to do it. What in the fuck-ass was that? That's cool. That's a cool disadvantage I just started with. Oh! Dude, who needs jump scares in video games when you have shit like that? Like, that was scary as hell. This is going very poorly for me. Okay. Never would have guessed there's over 61 games. I'm pretty sure there's just over 100. To just ballpark it. I think there's 90-some on retro achievements alone. Now, to be fair, as far as retro achievements goes, that's counting multiple versions of the same game. Like, that's counting Sonic Heroes twice, that's counting Sonic Unleashed twice, that's counting whatever the fuck else launched on multiple platforms. Every version of Sonic 1, every version of Sonic 2, it's counting Sonic 2 and Sonic 2 and Knuckles, and, like, it's maybe an inaccurate number there, but... I wonder if I can get, like... We're gonna test out Google AI answers overview again. How many Sonic games are there? There are over 110 official video games in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, depending on how you count spin-offs, arcade titles, and different hardware ports. That's all fair. Like, do you count the Mario and Sonic games? Stuff like that. And then there's, like, the mobile games that you can't play anymore. Like, there's stuff like... do you count stuff like that? So it is a tricky number to hit. But I think in the marathon we'll play about 70. Well, definitely not counting ROM hacks. Or, I guess, kinda count prototypes, because I'm gonna check some of them out, so fuck it. I guess they count. For my purposes. The only thing I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna count multiple versions of the same game. I'm not gonna count collections. Like, I'm not going to count Origins as its own game. I'm not going to count Classic Collection as its own game. I'm not going to count Mega Collection as its own game. Like, they're all, like, I'm not going to count those. That's crazy behavior. I'm not going to count Sonic 3 with Sonic and Sonic 3 as Tails and Sonic 3 as Knuckles as individual games. Like, that's craziness. I am counting, like, the 2 versions of Sonic Unleashed because they're completely different games. But yeah, that 61 number, if I don't derail and do other stuff first, the next mainline game is Sonic Frontiers. We just did, what, Mania Forces, Team Sonic Racing, Sonic Speed Simulator? So Frontiers is next? I think that sounds right. And that's... I didn't do the Mario and Sonic games. I didn't do Sonic Spinball, either version, or Pinball Party. I didn't do Puyo Puyo. I probably will not do Puyo Puyo, because those are very specifically... Those are just Puyo Puyo games. Like, there's nothing Sonic about that. At least Spinball is, like, a unique game, you know what I mean? It sucks, but it's it exists. It's not a reskin of another game. I didn't do the Riders games. I didn't do 06, because I don't have a way to play it. I didn't do any mobile games other than this. And technically Speed Simulator. Which I might change that. Because I have played them before, just not in the marathon. And I don't dislike them. What else did I not play? There was that... The first Sega Superstars game before Tennis and Racing, there was one for the PlayStation iToy. There's no way to play that without having the hardware. Same with 06. I don't have a PS3. I don't have a 360. I do have a Series S, but it's a Series S. It doesn't have a disc drive, so no backwards compatibility. I think what's probably going to happen is I think the next Xbox generation, provided that it's not too expensive, I will probably get the one that has a disc drive next time, just for backwards compatibility. And then I could actually get and play 06. Riders... Free Riders? Free Riders. That's the Kinect one. I don't have a 360. I don't have a Kinect. Randomly, the 3DS version of Sonic Racing Transformed emulates like shit, so we didn't play that. Technically, we did not play Sonic Adventure 2 yet. Because I had already played it last year for Retro Achievement stuff, so I said we're gonna, like, hold off on that one as long as we can. I think I'm planning on that being the finale of the marathon. That'll be the very last game we play. I was in 7th? I felt like I was doing okay there. What's with the random Wonderland map? That one's crazy to me. I mean, I think Alice in Wonderland is public domain, right? So I don't think that is necessarily a collab. But yeah, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head for like. Again, this is just an elaborate sales pitch at this point of me trying to be like, hey, you like Sonic? I like Sonic. I play Sonic games, and I'm going to be playing more Sonic games. So you should come back. I'm trying to remember the short list of like, well, here's what I'm gonna be playing. This is not good. Yup, I hate it. Fuck off. Why? Why would you? I know that there's 3 versions of Spinball, because there's one on Genesis, there's one on Game Gear that's even worse. I assume the Master System one is the same game. I'm gonna try to check those out. I'm gonna make no promises about beating them. Because I'm not crazy. I don't think Spinball's very good, and I don't even like good pinball, so this is horrible. I'm not checked in on this match at all. Again, Adventure 2 at some point. I'm basically pivoting to, I'm gonna try to beat every Sonic game on Retro Achievements that has an achievement set. So a lot of them are alternative versions. One of the versions of Sonic Heroes has to be played. I don't remember which one. The other version of Shadow has to be played, which I'm not looking forward to, because that game is a slog. It's not frustrating, it's just boring. I have to finish Sonic Rivals 2. I have to do the Riders games. There are 2 prototypes on Retro Achievements. Sonic Crackers, which became Knuckles Chaotix. And there's a Master System game called Sonic's Edusoft, which is probably edutainment, if I had to guess. It's probably going to be horrible, but we're going to give it a look. There's that one arcade game that's Cosmic Space Patrol Fighter Force Sonic. I keep forgetting what it's called because it has like 5 words in the title, and they're all really random and don't connect to one another at all. What else am I forgetting? Where's my list? Sonic Eraser? Which I believe is just a maybe I won't count that one in the marathon, because I think that's just a reskin of... What's that? The Sega puzzle game? Columns? Is that what it's called? Anyway, I think that's just a reskin. So if I'm not going to count Puyo Puyo, I guess I shouldn't count that either. There was a Sonic Adventure tournament disc. There is Blue Spheres, which is what happens when you plug Sonic and Knuckles in with a game that it's not compatible with. There's Sonic 2 starring Knuckles. Sonic Genesis, the shitty GBA port. There are the collection games, but I'm pretty sure those involve beating Mean Bean Machine, so that's gonna suck ass. But I'll give it a shot. Fucking werewolf, get the shit out of here. Ow. The Wii version of Sonic Unleashed. Did I mention the Sonic Adventure Tournament disc? I think I did. Sonic R, because I played the the PC version, not the Saturn version, because the Saturn version is kinda ass. And then there's potentially the mobile games. Some of those aren't available, and I also just don't know if I want to buy some of them. I don't know if Runners is still available. I don't know how expensive it is. I don't know, I might not do the mobile games. I don't know about that one. As much as I want the marathon to keep going, that might be going too far. And then there's still the remaining mainline games, which are what? Frontiers, Superstars, Shadow Generations, Adventure 2, as previously mentioned. Blitz, if it comes out in time. Oh, Dream Team, if I can get it to work. I think I'm going to try to make a point of checking that out on Saturday. I'm planning on taking off on Saturday, so I will probably try to figure it out that night. Not counting Crossworlds, which we've already played plenty of, and not counting this, which we've played plenty of. And not counting if we get lucky and they announce the next Sonic game soon. That'd be a great way to end the marathon, is playing the new Sonic game. Like, that would rule. But I don't think I can keep it going for that long. I did also briefly talk about just revisiting games that are like, hey, what games did I play, but I, like, barely played them and you guys would like to see more of them? I think the only one I've been able to think of, aside from Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 doing Chow Garden stuff, I think the only other one I thought of was going back to Sonic Colors and actually getting all the red rings. Because I don't think I did that. I think I bowed out and was like, nah, I don't really feel like it. Because I was kind of bored when I was playing Colors. Like, I didn't hate it, but I was kind of just, like, ready to move on with my life. I guess technically I didn't get the true endings in the advanced games, but those suck. Like, I think the games are fine, but I think getting the true endings is miserable. 2 especially. I think if I were to do that, I would do it off stream and then do the true ending on stream. And I would basically look up guides for what do I do here. For those that don't know, Sonic Advance 2... I might get some of these facts wrong, but it's basically like the modern Sonic games where they're not red rings. I believe they're like golden star rings. And I think there's 7 per act? You have to get all 7 of them in one run and without dying. And then finish the stage to even get to the special stage. I was pretty quickly like, fuck that. I'm not about that. Advance 1, hey, there's Percival. Advance 1, I did do the true ending for, I think. Because those are just fine to the special stages, although those special stages were pretty rough. Advance 3 was slightly better because it's similar to 2, but they are permanent. I think there's 10 Chow per stage, and you have to find all of them. But again, they're permanent. Once you find them, you find them. So it's slightly better. But I was still like, that's okay. I don't really want to. But if the marathon keeps going well, I'll fucking do it. Like, whatever. Like, if I don't think I would complain about that being how to build the channel, is playing a franchise that I very much enjoy. I might even visit some speedruns for some of the ones I know. I've learned Generations, I've learned Shadow Generations, I've learned Forces. I think that's about it. I don't think I've seriously speedrun most of the other ones. Spinball was only in Europe for Master System. I mean, that's not a qualifier I'm looking for, but that makes sense. A lot of the Master System ones seemed to be exclusive to certain regions. I think it was Sonic Blast that only came out in Brazil or some shit. Something weird like that. On the Master System, that is. I owned a copy on Game Gear. I wish I still had my Game Gear. It would not make a difference for streaming, obviously, without some ridiculous hardware to capture it. But it would just be cool to have. And I had, like... I'm pretty sure I had every game available in the US except for Spinball. That did not work. I thought iframes would protect me. They didn't protect me. I am going a little overtime because I have the capsules ready, but I am going to wrap up very soon, just to warn. I will probably see if anyone else is playing Rumble and send everyone over that way. There were very limited options yesterday. And it looks like there are very limited options tonight, but I have at least one option. Oh, they're Canadian. Let's go. Well, hopefully they're still live by then, in the next couple minutes. Oh, we have a lurker, hydrate and stretch. Love to see it. What is it? Wickus Prime? Thanks for being here. I actually need to refill my water desperately, but at this point I'm just going to wait till the end of the stream. But I will finish what I have. And if anyone does still need their drops, I imagine by then it's not going to matter, but I am going to play more of this tomorrow, is the plan. Or if you just want to talk Sonic. I like talking about Sonic. I like yapping. About all but two things. About shitty, stupid, smelly Jet the Hawk. And Sonic and the Secret Rings. That game can fucking blow me. Ugh! I did watch a fucking video essay on YouTube talking about the story of Secret Rings, and it made me realize that the story is actually pretty good, but the game sucks. I respect what the story was going for, but holy shit is the gameplay abysmal. Like, I think if I ask people, like, what they think the worst Sonic game is, I feel like most people are gonna say the same thing. They're gonna say Sonic Adventure, Sonic Heroes, Sonic 06, Shadow the Hedgehog. It's gonna be in that era, right? Imagine what you think the worst Sonic game is, being from that era. Like, imagine one of those games, except everything... It's an auto runner with motion controls. That's Sonic and the Secret Rings. It's awful. It is unplayable garbage with a pretty good story. And I played it twice over the last year. Because I don't know any better. And I think when I played it the second time, I was like, wow, it got worse. Like, at least when I play Heroes again, I'm gonna be like, yeah, it sucks and I hate it, but it's like, it's a little bit better because, like, I'm getting used to it. I think Secret Rings got worse. No! Fuck-ass jumps. I don't like this one very much. I am starting to realize that... Why did I not get that item? Give me the item. This was a bad move. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Abort. Oh, I should have went and tried to get those. Oh, get absolutely fucked! I'm so sick of that happening, dude. Yeah, something about this round, I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's too high-paced for, like... to account... Like, the netcode causes I don't know how to explain it. You need to react very quickly, but, like, the controls aren't responsive enough, and the netcode makes it even less responsive. So it makes it just difficult to deal with in, like, not a fun way. One more? Oh! Ooh. That's pretty nice. Alright, well, there's the capsules. Okay. Do we have any... Ooh, we do. Oh, but it's just that one? That doesn't really do anything for me. It unlocks hard, I guess, but... Yeah, fuck it, why not? Yeah, I think that's what Secret Rings enjoyers... I think that is them. I'm playing it for the plot. It has a lot of style. Like visually it's very nice. The soundtrack is very cool. But the gameplay is abysmal. It is so bad. I am pretty sure across this marathon, I've been making a point of rating everything out of 5 stars and saying something good about it and something mean about it. I haven't given anything a 0 out of 5, but Secret Rings has a 0.5 out of 5. Along with a couple of others. It's not the only one that I've given that rating to. But I don't remember what the other ones are. I think it was like Sonic Labyrinth. No, I gave that a 1. And there's something nice is it's not as bad as I remember. That's so mean. I did give Sky Patrol a 0.5, and I gave Sonic Blast a 0.5. And Secret Rings. I think those are the only 0. Those are the lowest ratings. Not even Sonic Boom came close to that. What did I give Sonic Boom? A 1.5. Which is still very low. I've given 1 5 out of 5, and I've given no 0s out of 5. If I count it, I would almost guarantee that Sonic Genesis is going to be a 0 out of 5. I can't imagine that not being a 0 out of 5, because I've played it, and it's bad. Okay. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time playing. I'm having a good time yapping, but it has been 6 hours. I am hungry. I'm a little sleepy. My throat's getting a little tired from yapping, so I think I gotta stop now. But thank you everyone for being here. Whether you're hanging out and chatting or following, I very much appreciate that. Or just quietly lurking to get your drops. glad that I'm glad that you chose this place to quietly lurk and get your drops. I know you don't have a lot of options, but but it still means something. On that note, let me I'm gonna queue up a raid for you, so that if you still need your drops, you can continue to get your drops. So I will find someone who is also playing Rumble, which I believe we had an option earlier. We do. They've been live for... Is that 2 hours and 47 minutes or 2 minutes and 47 seconds? The former. They've been live for a while, so I don't know how long they'll be live, but if you need your drops or if you just want to rumble it up, then there you go. I'm going to send you over there. So thank you again for hanging out. I'm going to hit the start raid, and then I'm going to get out of here. I will be back for some more of this tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be another 6 hours, or if I'll just do like 3 hours and then do something else, or maybe I'll do something else and then play this. I don't know, but I'll try to play more. I want to check out the boss battle once that goes live. Those have been a lot of fun from what I've seen, so I'm looking forward to that. So thank you again for watching. Take it easy, and I will see you again soon.